Live. And try it this time. Third time's a charm. Oh. Oh, did it do it this time? I think it did it this time. Seemingly, supposedly. And it did do it this time. Okay. So, we are officially, finally live with Oodie and Axel and Gremlin in space for My Hero Academia! Woo! Okay. So, hello.
Whoa.
We have a variety of topics tonight. So, and Space, if you wanted to post the topic list, since I know you have a bajillion of them, you could also do that. Okay, he did do that. If you go to the My Hero Academia tab, which I will at Gremlin and Axel, and even though Axel, you already know where to get to it, but you know, there's the topic list right above. I ain't gonna defend Bakugo. So, I have not started Season 8. I've finished Season 7, for those who don't know. And one thing I wanted to do is, Axel, I know you're not caught up. Gremlin, I know you more or less are, but you could pretend like you aren't, and we could go from there. One thing we could do would be give our predictions for Season 8, aka the final season, / the finale. How do we think it's going to go, assuming we don't know? Gremlin, I don't know. Have you read the manga for My Hero Academia? Do you know how it ends?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's where it takes away from predictions. Well, you could give how you used to predict how it would end before you read the finale. If you remember.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, so as far as the predictions, I mean, I clearly figured he was going to be, you know, the number one hero. And clearly that's how most animes would predict. And it just turned out, going through it, I just enjoyed My Hero a lot more for the aspect of what a hero really is. And I think we'll get more into that as we get further into the stream. So I'm not really going to talk more about a prediction, but more about what it is to be a hero and what it represents throughout the seasons.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, that's interesting. Axel, what about you?
I also believe it has to end with either him being the number one hero or him having the pedestal of being the number one hero and giving it up for something else, but I'm not sure what that something else would be because I don't know enough. But
yeah. I mean, technically the show, and I'm assuming it does this in the manga too, but the show starts, at least in the early season, it started like every episode with, this is the story of how I became the number one here. So technically we already have the spoilers. Like, it's definitively confirmed how it ends. It's just about how we get there. Do you guys like...
But it doesn't say I stayed the number one hero. It just is how I became it.
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah, well, it does kind of spoil it right off the bat because it does say how I became, and
no, I take that with a grain of salt. The same way you can say you're an Amazon bestseller if you were only a bestseller for like 2 days. And
I'm actually an intern for Amazon right now. I'm just kidding. I mean, I am, but I'm not. But like, whatever.
Well, regardless, you should know what I'm talking about. Like, for people that self-publish books on Amazon KDP, and it's like, oh, I was a bestseller for a week, so I'm an Amazon bestseller for life, and you can't take that title away.
Oh no, yeah.
Well,
I completely get it. Oh no.
You could be doing the same thing.
Do you guys like the fact that they revealed that at the beginning of the series, or do you prefer if they didn't do that? Like, do you like it when stories in general do it, and then did you like it when My Hero Academia did it?
My answer to that will depend on how they end it.
Well, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, there's some endings where people are always just like, oh no, like I hate it, but like, we never really wrote it. So it's like, yeah, our opinion matters, but as far as like our storytelling, it's I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I like when stories do stuff like that. Like in Attack on Titan, for example, they start out with some lines that mean a lot and like show you some things that are going to happen in the future, but then it gets recontextualized by the time you get to that point, or there's like
Yeah.
more added on top of it that changes the context. I like when stories do that. So depending on if it does that or if it's just cut and dry, that will determine if I like it or not. And also, to be
Mhm.
fair, even in Attack on Titan, that's not the end of the story. It kind of continues past that point.
Mhm.
So I don't know if this will do it. It feels like MHA would probably want to just end at that point, but I don't know.
Well, ignoring how traditional media storytelling would go anyways, like it's basically confirming that Deku's not gonna die in the final season during this final fight, and the villains are gonna win and take over the world. Like that's pretty much confirmed from the first episodes. So at least that sort of narrows down the routes. There's still technically the possibility, as ridiculous of a stretch of a reach as it is, that Deku could still die, even though this is the story how he becomes number one. So he either becomes number one and then dies, or he dies, but then the legacy he left behind after his death.
Number one.
Exactly, yeah. If you're like, you know what?
You guys are getting on a good trail, you know. It's right there on the cusp of it. Yes. I will say to ease everybody's mind, he's not gonna die.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I
basically already knew that.
I didn't care whether he did or not, but I don't dislike him. I just don't care what happens to him.
You can kind of clean up any questions with the latest episode. And as far as the newest one, I haven't seen it yet. I believe it actually comes out Friday, so I'm not entirely sure on the release days. I just watch everything all at once.
It's pretty clear they wouldn't kill him off with all the plot armor times that he could have died.
Oh yeah, 100%. And like I've almost slipped up and said it like 4 times listening to you guys talk, because like I'm just over here smiling. Like I know, like all you got to do is watch the newest episode, and then it kind of breaks down. It's a big Easter egg on what's going to happen. It's very big foreshadowing. We'll put it that way.
So, okay, I do know a couple of things, even though I haven't started season 8. The couple of things I do know is, first of all, obviously Deku lives. I don't know whether Shigaraki lives or die. I'll get to that in my predictions. But I know he lives because Deku shipping wars finale, going into the shipping of who he ends up with and blah, blah, blah. A lot of contention, debate, whatever there, blah, blah. It's the same thing that happened with Naruto. Who cares? Ignoring that, I know that episode 1 was technically a lot of recaps. Space just randomly told me that one day, so I know that. But more important things that I know. I saw the first, I think all 3 season 8 trailers. I don't remember everything that happens in them very well, but I saw them all. Aside from that, the only actual spoilers I do definitively know, and this absolutely has to change my prediction, so I'm going to give my predictions before I found out the spoilers and my new predictions with the spoilers in mind. The big prediction that I know is that Bakugo wakes up in these early episodes and he goes to go fight All For One with All Might. That's the one thing I know that's like a big thing. The only other thing that I have heard is that...
And that is why I did mention, yes, I did the spoiler while you were setting up like, the stream. I don't know if you heard me, but I did say Bakugo is an AI-generated Claymore, and he just functions unnaturally. So yes, he does wake up.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. In fact, I had like explicitly thought that wasn't going to happen because I figured they were going to make a point of that for the narrative. But they can do this too. It depends how they're going to do it. But I'm gonna be patient and wait and see for that. But the only other technical...
They did show it already for you. They did show it already in the end of season 7 with the adult hero going into his wounds.
Yeah. So I knew obviously that he wasn't going to die. I knew that. I just didn't think he was going to wake back up and continue fighting the big bad bosses in the finale. I thought he was going to stay unconscious.
Oh yeah, no, it was they did it a little different, I believe, from the manga, if I remember correctly. Maybe Space can correct me on it, but there was supposed to be hospital scene with Deku and Bakugo. It could be after the big war, but I could have sworn that's when he woke up. I don't think he actually woke up in the war. I think he woke up after, but that could be on me misreading and in the anime taking too long.
I don't think so, because I can't.
Person says it's after.
Yeah, I can't imagine the manga would just exclude that, but it's possible.
I just remember him waking up and wondering about Bakugo, and then Bakugo walks in the door, and he's like, "You've been asleep for like 4 weeks," and like I'm obviously exaggerating on the time, but I do remember that being a portion.
Wait, hang on, space. If that does space to confirm. You're saying Bakugo wakes up after the war in the manga, aka Bakugo waking up and saving All Might and fighting All for One is filler, quote unquote. It's anime canon. It doesn't happen in the manga. Is that what you're saying? I could have sworn I saw someone.
I know he wakes up. I'm not sure if he's waking up after or during.
Okay, so what do you mean?
Go ahead, Space. I didn't know.
Yeah, so Space, I'm curious, what do you mean by it happens after the war? Bones isn't that extra. yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I saw, like, a anime versus manga, like, title thumbnail of Bakugo's fight with All for One. Obviously, I didn't watch, I only saw the thumbnails, title, whatever, but, yeah. Bakugo went unconscious again after his hype fights. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably going to say the same.
Yeah, that was episode 6, I think.
That makes sense. Okay, that's more in line of how I was expecting it to go in the first place.
Yeah, so he's going to wake back up. Okay, that makes more sense. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew he wakes up and him and Deku, they have a hospital scene, and I guess it's closer to the end. My bad.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's sort of what I was predicting either way, so I'm glad we got that confirmed. That technically also confirms, spoilers, that Bakugo doesn't die, but I wasn't expecting him to in any predictions.
Darn it, even though I knew he wasn't going to.
Yeah. The only other thing that I saw was, like, I think I saw it today, was seemingly Deku gets a new form, Carnage Deku, and he looks not evil, but, like, he looks kind of cool or whatever. I don't know if that's the name of the form or if I just, like, glossed over it. And I'm gonna guess that Shigaraki also gets a new form, quote unquote, on top of that, just to, like, be evened out for, like, their final forms.
They're essentially, yeah. And Shigaraki does make the comment when he's looking at Deku, and he says that doesn't look like a hero, and then Deku just unleashes. So and that's where the last episode left off. So we are about to get the big battle. So.
Okay, because I saw his face. I saw Deku's face, and it did look, I don't want to say evil, but it looked like malicious. Carnage Deku as well, him going to his limit. Okay.
So without giving the spoiler of how he gets his form, I will say it is pretty much like his vigilante form molded to his skin.
Yeah, because last season, season 7, we saw Deku lose it when he got to the battlefield and saw Bakugo, quote unquote, dead. And then Mirio had to remind him to calm down, and he got less crazy. He got a really cool form then, but it wasn't his Carnage form. So I'm going to wonder what the difference is here, but I have a prediction of how that's going to go. But that's everything that I know in terms of, like, spoilers. I don't know anything else.
I just went to look at it, and it just looks like he got caught in one of those oil spills that messes with birds.
I love that. Okay. Predictions now, even though we've technically been talking about that for a while. Gremlin, do you remember how you predicted it to end? Like, or at least how the final fight to go for, like, season 8 onwards when you were first reading?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, Shigaraki is one of my favorite heroes or villains, and I love him as a villain, and that's kind of where my prediction was going. Was, you know, you can't label somebody just because of their power, because essentially Shigaraki never really was a bad person. He just had a horrible power and didn't know how to use it, and it was meant for destruction. But he can actually do a lot more saving by decaying buildings that are falling and everything else. He can do a lot more saving than Bakugo could have ever done. And Bakugo's a hero, but he wasn't, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's just all about how you're treated and how you grew up. And I really predicted that he would have been like an ally by the end of it. But yeah.
Okay.
Like I was rooting for them to change him, you know, like I was wanting him to be saved because of his story.
Yeah, I like that. I like that as well.
I was just reading up on the MHA stuff. I was looking at the whole, no, I'm not going to defend Bakugo. So I was going to try to segue it back to that and see why Space didn't want to defend him. But I was going to because, you know, my first prediction was he was gonna be evil, but then once he called out all the mass murderers when they tried to recruit him and he was just like, I'll take you on right here, I got respect for Bakugo for that. Like, I'm just saying. I'm sorry, I had to switch it back to my hero, and I'm gonna defend my boy. I'm not saying he's my favorite. I'm a Todoroki guy all day. I'm just saying Bakugo had some swag standing up to them adults like that, knowing all of them just killed a whole city. I'm just saying, like, that takes some balls.
No, I definitely think going against the league after being kidnapped by them and taken hostage, that's crazy. That's probably the craziest thing Bakugo's ever done.
Yeah, I was like, there ain't no way. If he turns evil, it just ruins the whole first season of his introduction, because that you thought he was gonna be something, like you knew he was the rival, but like the way his demeanor was, you thought he was gonna like pull a big, I'm not mentioning Naruto, but you thought he was gonna be like Sasuke, and then he ended up staying around the whole time. You know, like he didn't run off.
Yeah, well, I mean, personally, I don't know about you, Axel, but it feels like the show was set up in a way to where we wouldn't be surprised if Bakugo did become one of the villain league members. Just the way that it's set up, just
for that. If they wanted to twist the story that direction, they could without it feeling out of left field. I agree.
Yeah, because it feels like it's more the traditional route.
They did have it to where they can go in any direction with it, and then I think it secured it when they were doing their names, and I believe the creator actually did do. They did it on purpose, obviously, but when he did his name, he spelled it Dynamite instead of the correct way, so he could give recognition to All Might. So he spelled it Might instead of Mite.
Oh,
and that
cool.
They did that personally in the manga. It was kind of hard to catch unless you were reading it subbed on anime, but he did spell it as All Might instead of Dynamite.
Oh, it's kind of cute. I like that he did that. It was kind of funny, especially going with the season 7 when he's dying and he's thinking about his like autograph for All Might.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. That's another spoiler. He does wake up with the card in his hand. I think that was just like a good, like Easter egg. Like they're just like, hey, by the way, this is the same playing card he's had since he was a kid, and he woke up with it randomly in the middle of a war. But whatever, you know.
Remind me, because what I remember was when he died in season 7 and the storm came in, the wind picked up and blew the card away. Am I misremembering that?
Yeah, but it's funny. I think they tried to do that. I guess I might have missed it in the animation because they had so much going on. They're not missing, by the way, so you're gonna love every bit of it. But
I'm glad to hear it.
I think because they were showing the backflashes at the same time of the playing card.
Yep.
And it was kind of like it was flying through memories. So it's like the wind was blowing it back to him, but it was going through the memories at the same time. So like, I guess they tried to do that. But when he stands up, the card is glowing and it's in his hand. And he's like, let's go. And then boom, big fight, you know? It's like, all right, where'd the card come from?
That was kind of funny. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think it was a good subversion, though, that he refused.
All right.
Good writing. Definitely like that. Especially with... with Bakugo in season 1 as well, because like you sort of get the perception of Bakugo that he's sort of like this bully for Deku. He's kind of a bad guy. He's on the hero side for now, but you could see him going to the villain side based on his personality and demeanor. But you also see in season 1 that he is pure in his quote unquote love for All Might. And so I think that's where you really get cemented that he's gonna stay on the good guy side regardless. And I think that's why in season 7, when he dies, it's so beautiful when he has that card of All Might, that autograph, because that goes back to Bakugo's origins, which is what we're seeing in season 1.
Yeah. And the big thing, I know Zach would be proud if he was here. Shout out Zach. He stated that the only reason Bakugo treated everyone like that was because he was pushing for him and his best friend, because him and Deku were friends until he found out Deku didn't have powers. And his theory is Bakugo had to treat Deku like that because Deku wasn't going to give up. And that's why their friendship deteriorated, and that's why it became even more beautiful, because once Deku got power, Bakugo then was in competition instead of having to carry all that weight alone.
I think you could also argue Bakugo has what would be traditionally seen as more of a villainous quirk as well, with the whole explosion thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too. Like his is way more destructive than Shigaraki. Shigaraki can move a building instantly and save plenty of people.
Exactly.
Bakugo
and the fact
would
that,
blow it up, but it would still have debris everywhere.
And the fact they're doing the whole like discrimination based on quirks thing in My Hero Academia, especially with the heteromorphs, but also with just the abilities itself, especially through Shinso, the mind control guy we see in his flashbacks. People are essentially discriminating against him because he is a villain seen as quirk. And so I kind of wish we saw that more for Bakugo. Just for like the Shigaraki comparison.
So they break it down a lot in Vigilantes. I don't know if you've seen that one yet.
I love Vigilantes.
Oh yeah. So the only thing I didn't like about it is they did my boy Stain dirty, because Stain had it.
Oh, that was my favorite Stain by far.
in My Hero, Stain was that guy with the questions. He had everything. He was like, what is it really to be a hero? Because he was just an anti-hero. He wasn't a villain. He just wanted you to question yourself. And then when you go to Vigilantes and you find out that it was Knuckle Duster that taught him that, it just ruined his whole character. Because then you go back to My Hero and you're like, that wasn't even his idea. He took it from somebody weaker than him that just beat his ass. Like, that's all it is. But I mean, Stain had an awesome power too. He can control anybody through blood. And he chose his own route. He could have been villain or hero. And he said, nope, I'm just going to question everybody else's existence.
I hadn't thought about it from that perspective before. That's really interesting too. So would it make it better for you if it's the fact that Knuckle Duster essentially passed down the knowledge that he learned onto Stain?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense when you see it, but it's just like, I really just wanted Stain to have that mindset the whole time. Like, I know he would have gotten it somehow, but just because he got beat up like that, you could have given him a little bit better of a backstory.
Yeah, you wanted him to be more of the teacher rather than the student. You'd rather him be Pain during the cycle of speech, or sorry, the cycle of hatred speech, rather than Naruto during the cycle of hatred speech.
Yeah, because I mean, you just got at the end of season 7, you get him talking to this broken All Might in front of the statue about what a real hero is, and then you get Vigilante 2 months later, and it's not even his idea. And I'm just like, it kind of just ruined my whole thought process on what. But it does explain what a hero is. Like that's why Stain was there. He was there to keep you questioning. And now you got people like we just did one on my channel, and all of our favorite characters were villains.
That's interesting. Okay.
We respected their backstories more than we did the heroes, because the heroes are still growing. They are in school. So we still have more of them to see.
Has everyone on your channel read the manga?
Yes.
See, I feel like that probably plays a big role because I'm anime only. So I haven't seen what they did with My Villain Academia in the manga, but I'm assuming that in a lot of other areas where they probably made the villains so much better than the anime is probably going to have a huge influence on that.
Yeah, it's just more like with the way they explain the villains, they really get into their backstory, and then you see that if they had a different upbringing and or a different quirk, they wouldn't have had the life they grew up in, and that is what played a part in whether they were a hero or a villain. It wasn't anything but their quirk to begin with. They were labeled before they even learned how to use it.
Yeah. Okay. The thing with me, especially with Stain,
Because what's the pigtail, the blonde girl's name? I love her. I just can never remember her name. The one she can copy anybody and turn into them.
You mean
Toga. Yep.
Yeah. She was just actually in love with everybody in a weird way, but she just needed some friends.
Well, I'm glad you say that because Toga, I especially started liking in season 6, and that's really with pretty much all of the villains. I didn't really like My Hero Academia really at all. I can't say that. It got like 5 times better for me once season 6 started. Everything before that was mediocre at best. Then season 6 onwards was so peak the whole way through so far. But for the villains, that especially applies. I didn't care about the villains before season 6, even if I cared about Deku and a couple of the other characters. But even for Stain, I didn't like Stain until I started to see the impact he had in season 3. The fact that other people are becoming villains now to carry on his legacy, that was cool. I liked Spinner from the get-go because of that. Even if Spinner didn't really do anything, I just liked him in concept rather than execution alone. But Stain, whereas he was interesting in season 2, he wasn't very fun to watch. He was compelling, but if you're not really interested in the story itself, then you're not really going to be paying as much attention regardless. In the manga, that's probably a lot less of an issue. But I did especially like Stain at the end of season 6, which is what you were talking about with in front of the statue with All Might, where he's talking about what it means to be a hero. I think that's one of the best scenes in the whole freaking show. So, yeah, Stain was awesome there. I've loved Stain
another
since.
one. As you were talking, it jogged my memory of another thing with the seasons. That was a good one as well, and where it actually did pick up because with Overhaul, we were getting the whole Yakuza. I don't know if they mentioned it in the anime, but in the manga, he was actually his family was Yakuza. So like before anybody had powers, he was up there, and that's why they started trying to find other ways to bring. And then they found the girl that can get rid of people's powers, and that is when it blew up because then. Once you lose your powers, everyone goes back to equal footing. And then that's when everybody started competing for Homegirl. And that's when the show blew up because it was no longer about the school. It was about the power that describes each and every character and gives them their personality could have been lost and taken away from every single one of them.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, because the Aerie one. I think that season 6, probably where My Hero Academia comes into its own. From there onwards, it's easy to talk about the series based only on the series. I feel like before that, it's a little bit mediocre, cliche, bland. But I feel like the Overhaul arc is the one exception to where it's going to be fun to rewatch it, especially with one of my friends, Kamui, who isn't here tonight. Because we're big Boruto fans, and so it's going to be especially fun, because this is why, I don't know if you've seen Tokyo Revengers, but I showed him Tokyo Revengers starting at season 2, specifically because of the Taiju arc, which the only reason we watched that is for the comparisons to the Ishiki arc, and I feel like the Overhaul arc, we could do the exact same thing. I'm not going to lie, Space, I kind of want to just separate from the catching Kamui up on My Hero Academia. I just kind of want to start with the Overhaul arc and just do that same exact thing we did with Tokyo Revengers, because I feel like that would just be fun for the Naruto comparison with Ishiki. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, exactly. With that, yeah, he was doing that, but with Aerie being introduced to the world when she was hidden, that's the point where it took off. Like, everyone in the world now knows that there is a way to get rid of power completely.
Exactly. So it's the implication that arc has on the rest of the series outside of the arc itself that would be really important there.
It's kind of like us in today's real life, you know, like when it was a race for nuclear weapons, you know, who could make it first. That's kind of how it is with Aerie. Aerie is the nuclear weapon. Who is going to be in control?
Yeah, I feel that. Which is funny because she's just like a little girl. She can't like fight or anything. It's just she has this crazy power.
Exactly. And that's what makes it. It's like they turned it from, like, yeah, it's My Hero Academia. The school's there, but they're no longer fighting for the school. Like, they're using Aerie to destroy this big bad, and the big bad is trying to get Aerie to get back to his prime state. Like, it's like everyone wants Aerie. That's it.
So I'm glad you're saying that, because with the thing with the school in season 7, All For One is towards the beginning of his fight versus Endeavor and Hawks, and then Earphone Jack Girl and not who is it? Darkwing, Night Eye. No, it's the who is it? The bird guy. Yeah. So All For One tells them that they should go back to school.
Toriyama. I'm sorry, I'm looking at his playing card right now. That's Toriyama.
Yeah. So All For One tells them that this isn't like school, this is a real battlefield. And that line's so significant because it's about My Hero Academia, these school children growing up into the real world. I think one thing they should have done, other people can disagree with me. I know Space disagrees with me. I know Ace disagrees with me. I think that it should have been throughout their time at school over the course of the 3 to 4 years that they're there, rather than the entire story taking place over 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
So you saying, sorry, repeat it.
So
you said instead of just 1 year.
Yeah. So it's like season 1 in the timeline is like, I don't know, 8-9 months ago from where the finale of the show is right now. I don't know exactly how long it is exactly, but I think it should have been over the course of 3 years, not only for a more natural progression of the power system, so these kids don't become pro heroes in less than a year. Like, what are they going to do for the other 2 years? Just sit around and just wait till graduation? It's like, but especially,
I think it's, the pay. They never really did a time skip, did they? Yeah, they never did a time skip like every other anime does.
Yeah,
they just kind of kept
ones.
going.
Exactly.
And it would have been cool if, like, I was expecting, I guess we could still stick it with a prediction. It would have been cool just to stick it with, like, you know, the 8 seasons would have been okay if they were doing it like 8 grade years, you know, or whatever. And it's like every season was a different year or whatever.
If you wanted to do two years or 1 year and 2 seasons, and then you could have every 2 seasons be another year, that would still be fine. I feel like.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just kind of like, they just kind of Harry Pottered that shit and just left mid-education, you know, like.
Because the way it is now, you just have these first-year high school students just fighting along. Like, where's everyone else in the school at this point?
Like, yeah, and you're like, okay, like, nobody's here to help. And then you get the 3 big people, but then they really don't do nothing but walk through walls and stuff. But, like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm a little biased on the 3 favorites that they picked for the school. They definitely don't have the swag. I'm sorry.
That's funny. I mean, I did like Lemillion in the overhaul arc because of the whole he wants to save 1 million people, but he'll give that all up to save just a single person. That's one of the most heart-wrenching things in the entire show. From there onwards, I didn't really care for him. Like in season 6, he's fighting in the city. He's just there. Season 7, I feel like they're starting to do more with the coffin in the sky. I feel like that's where they more or less introduce the big 3 as actual characters. And I feel like, I forget the name of it, but the blue hair girl, her backstory is one of the 2 favorite scenes in that entire season for me. over time, her backstory grew. Her like wanting to ask everyone questions, and then her being shot down, so she was quiet, and then the guy came around and wanted to be her friend, and then she just saw the humanity in that. I thought that was so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it just works so well with my other favorite scene from that season 7, where it's towards the end of the season. It's the newscasters in the sky, and they're like, we're not doing this for a job. We're doing this because we need to help the heroes. We haven't been doing that for a while. We need to get back on it, and everyone can be a hero. And that's my other favorite scene from the season, and those two scenes go so well together, hand in hand. It's so perfect.
Oh, so they did do a small. Don't disrespect the big three. I'm sorry, you disrespected Bakugo. I'm just saying. We can go this route. I'm joking. I love you, Space. Oh no, he's typing. I'm in trouble. All right. Hey. No, Baku. All right, we gotta get on Todoroki though. I'm sorry, I gotta give a shout out to my boy Shoto. I said it a while back, and the only reason I'm gonna say it here is because I got more people to talk to it about, and I want y'all's opinion. The only reason I say this is because I got a lot of hype for it. It was a short, and I only broke it down real quick. I said Todoroki is universal, and yes, it was clickbait, but hear me out, okay? Because when he does the cold snap on his brother Dabi, that is only possible in the universal International Space Station where there is 0 degree gravity. Because in order to go from that high of a temperature to a negative that quick, we can't do it with the oxygen we have on Earth. So that technically, since he's able to do it internally, that would make him personally universal.
I mean, the thing is, the power cliffing in the final season is insane. The gaps, the leaps, the bounds of tiers, the magnitudes that these kids are jumping up to the levels of is ridiculous how strong they're getting. Like, wasn't Prime All Might like Mach 10 or something? Space, you'd probably know this better than me.
Yeah, right there. Flashfire is only possible in space.
Yeah, these kids just like got exponentially stronger overnight.
Yes, he goes from 100 to 0. Yeah, I get the joke. Yeah, yes, it's 100 to a 0 real fucking quick.
On a thematic level, I feel like Go Beyond Plus Ultra sounds cool, but it kind of boxes them into the problem of they're eventually gonna have Dragon Ball Z-itis, where they have to keep one-upping their previous thing to the point where everyone is gods.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of battle shonen that do this as well. Avatar: The Last Airbender had the meteor to explain it.
They built it in a way that was doomed to become that instead of trying to write around that issue.
Now that we're actually talking about it, like Todoroki was the more character developed kid out of the three. Because if you look at it, you got Deku, which was nothingness. And you got Bakugo, which was straight destruction. And then you have Todoroki, which is balance, but he had the most stressful upbringing.
I agree. I think that Todoroki of those three characters is definitely the most nuanced, the most developed, the best well-written for an individual character themselves. I think that Deku's role in the world makes him worthy of being the main character. He has the best writing in that regard, but I don't think Deku as a character compares to Todoroki.
No, I was saying like as a reference to their abilities and their upbringing. Like Todoroki is fire and ice, balance. He's the both in between. Bakugo is all destruction with his power and his quirk. And then Deku didn't have a power and was given greatness. So those three are very good depictions of the three upbringings.
I completely agree, and that's why I like the movies, how the first one's about Deku, second one's about Deku and Bakugo, third one's about Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Those are the big three. For the exact reason that you said. I love
how they kind of transition, like, because you didn't really think of it at first, and it's like, they grew with the fans, because at first it was Deku. He was the MC. Then you got Deku and Bakugo, because it's the rival and the MC. And then you got Todoroki, because he was the fan favorite from the tournament. And then that's your big three.
I completely agree. I think that Deku is really pure. He's a little bit more of a flat character, whereas round characters are a little bit more complex, and like with motivations and flaws. And so I think Todoroki definitely fits that role better. It's kind of like Goku in Dragon Ball, to where his character, it's a little bit more static. It doesn't change. They just basically remain the same throughout the story, and they change the world around them through the dynamic characters. And so when you look at Goku's character, you have to look at everything he does rather than everything he is. And I think that's a big distinction, which can apply to how you would compare the writing between a character such as Deku versus a character such as Todoroki. And same with Bakugo.
Oh man, now that you said that about character, there's another anime we were just talking about. Obviously, I'll figure it out and I'll send you a message. But it was a big conversation about Deku. It was a different anime, so it doesn't matter right now. But I will want to bring it back up to you eventually, and we can probably talk about it, because we were talking about another main character and it being better than Deku written because of how smart he was and how he's able to use it. I just forgot what anime it was. But anyways, yeah.
Do you remember what anime it's about? Like, you just forget the name of the anime?
Yeah, I just forgot it as of now. I'll run through my Crunchy list real quick and I can find it out.
Okay, like if you know what the anime is about, if you could describe it, I could probably help you out. But hey, go through Crunchyroll.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, no, I watched so much, and then I forgot what we were even like, because we just go through so many animes. But yeah, if I can remember, we were only talking about the MC. That's why I can't even tell you exactly what we were talking about.
I mean, hey, I'm having fun though. I mean, because this is why I wanted you on as guest, because I could just tell through your YouTube channel that you guys were like raw. You guys were excited to actually, like, I could just feel the pure like enthusiasm coming out of you when I was watching your videos. I was like, yeah, I got to get them on the podcast. They're pretty cool.
Oh yeah, man, and I've been telling him and stuff. I've had this idea forever, and I was actually special ops in the military for 6 years, so I wasn't able to start streaming until now. But I've watched over 2,000 animes, and I just want to talk about it, and that's it. And then I found all these people just when I came back home, and I got a lot of retirement money, and I'm just in school for computer science and actually animation. Like, the guys that you see on my channel, we're actually all animators, and we're creating our own stories. And like, we're just waiting for somebody to purchase them. Yeah, like we just sit here and bullshit in our free time.
Bro, that's so awesome. I didn't even know that.
That's dope, man.
Yeah, they're all right now. They're streaming Marvel Rivals. That's why you only got me right now.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, hopefully one day we can get everyone.
Yeah, I mean, this was just the first time. Just like introduce yourselves.
We do ours every Sunday from 6 to 8, and then I do mine like whenever. Like next week, I used to do. I don't know if you watch mine. I do anime rap and the slap, where we do anime rap music, and they break down anime characters, and we can explain it to a bigger variety of people without them having to watch the whole 12 episodes.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Ugh.
Yeah, but he's gone because he's also the announcer for college basketball. So I can't get back in with him until after basketball season. So I started next week. I'll be streaming Movie Mondays, and I'm just going to be streaming random anime movies on Twitch if y'all ever want to just jump in and say hey. So that's a little with me, man. I get bored and watch a lot of shit.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm actually making my own anime. I'm glad that you said that. I'm not much of an anime myself. I just basically hire a lot of people. But yeah, I'll have to like show that to you at some point.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I'll have to send you some of the stuff. It's not actually so Zach is the one. I've got mine that I do, but with his, it's called Misfit Hunters. I'm not going to give anything out without him, just because that's his story, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
But I do have some dope art. It's called Misfit Hunters. It's
because depending on the name, it could change the meaning. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, no, it's he wants it like a kind of think if you know the video game Ark.
Yeah, I play it a lot actually.
Yeah, it's kind of like if that was infused with How to Train Your Dragon.
Nice.
And that's kind of like the role he's going. Like, basically, there's Monumental Beast. In the beginning, it does the full breakdown. They kill this beast, and it's this big basilisk. And then they use the skeleton to create their village. And then that's like essentially how the story starts. And then it just shows them going through and hunting beast. But it's a cool concept. So
Nice.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. By the way, if you
but
wanna
yeah, well,
post your YouTube channel in chat, go ahead. You can do that anyway, in the Discord or YouTube live stream or wherever.
oh yeah, I can do it right here. That's cool.
Ironically, like while we were talking, before you even revealed all this stuff, I had already gone and followed you there. So, like, now I have even more reason to.
Exactly.
Oh well, yeah. Now it has my I forgot it's totally in my name. I've changed stuff so much.
Yeah, I was watching their video. I think the first one was on Momoshiki. I was like, these guys are cool. I like their back and forth. You got a good Discord.
Yeah, we were. Dude, I couldn't even remember. We did probably drafting the triad is what you got on, and that's what we were talking about with the MHA. We all chose villains, but drafting the triad is something we do where we pick our favorite 3, but they have to be able to explain the whole anime without somebody watching it.
Okay.
So, like,
Cool
my
idea.
3 for Naruto was Shikamaru, Gaara, and damn, who else did I pick? Shisui, just because he's my favorite. But
I love that.
But I was able to explain Naruto very well with Gaara alone. Like, just the whole development of it.
Yeah, you could probably get a solid
Because in a way, Gaara is Naruto. He's just another Naruto.
Exactly.
So you
Yeah.
kind of use him to explain everything.
Exactly. And that's why I said, like, I connected with Gaara more growing up because of my upbringing. But, you know, if I had a different upbringing, I would have probably been like Naruto. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. It's crazy you watched 2,000 anime. I've only seen like 100. I got them ranked. I don't know if you like ranked your anime in order. But
Yeah, I got them on. So I do it on my anime list. I don't know if you guys do that. I reference it a lot on my channel. I normally always have it on my computer. Yeah, it's an app. You download it.
Keep mine updated.
Oh yeah, I had to, man, because so how it started was I was speedboat operations, so I was in the middle of the ocean a lot. So I had a lot of free time to watch a lot of anime with no service. So I just downloaded a lot of random shit and just sat there and binge watched it in the middle of the ocean, and then fell in love with it. So that's 2000. I'm not exactly at 2000. Let me check. Hold on. It is.
I mean, hey, if you're close, it might as well be at that point. It doesn't even matter.
No, it's 1,344.
That's still a lot, though.
So, no, I'm about 656 away from 2,000. But yeah, we're getting there.
And that's full on animes. That's not anime episodes.
Yeah, no, that's each season or 12 episodes each, or however long the seasons will be. Like, so I'm only counting One Piece as one anime because that would be ridiculous if I counted every season.
Yeah.
Or every episode for that matter.
I posted all the anime I've seen. I just did a Google Doc because I think that's a lot better than my anime list personally. I posted it in the My Hero Academia chat if you want to check it out.
Oh yeah, I see it. So I might be able to get you guys in on something I've been wanting to do. And it's essentially I just need people, and it's going to be a tier list, but instead of doing the actual tier list, I'm glad you rank your anime because I was going to break them down into 5 different categories and do a point system to make it more fair instead of just saying somebody's S tier because you believe it. I want to break them down into 5 categories, as in like power, their mental ability. Like, you know, yeah, Goku's pretty strong, but he's not the smartest in the bunch.
True.
Like, You know, and it's just, I wanted to make it a little more even instead of, oh, everyone's S tier, you know, and then we all do our own votes 1 through 5. The max is 50 points per person. And then that's how they get their rank, not just by voting S or A or B.
Yeah, one of the ways to do that is through equal stats, if you've heard of that. That's how you can like compare characters in different regards.
Yeah, I just didn't want to do it alone, and then it seemed like I'm biased, so I was trying to get like 5 people, and then all of us vote, and then whichever ones have the highest score, that's their placement in the rank.
Okay. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because if I'm doing it alone, you know, I'm going to give the wrong people the wrong points because they're my favorite. You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, like, if you have people on there that I haven't seen, but hey, if it's got a lot of people on there that I've seen, then I'll be down.
Yeah, I'm going to work out a list before I just jump on and do it, you know, but like I just trying to get more people than just me and trying to have it more fun. And I mean, obviously my crew will be there and we can jump some more people into it too. Cause now that we're trying to do what you guys are doing. Cause it's so hard for all of us to get in the same room now.
Okay. Well, that's one of the things that I liked about when I was watching your guys' video. The fact that y'all are actually all in the same room. I was like, oh, these are just a bunch of buddies hanging out. That's like a cool kind of vibe for a video.
Yeah, that's why every Sunday we do that, but we're trying to get it to where we're doing it like this and we can do it more. But Sundays are that's our everyday thing. But we're trying to make it to where we're streaming every night and doing it on Discord. And then I can just do all my editing at home and then post it on YouTube afterwards.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I guess
so. It's definitely in the works. Yeah, we were really hyped up when you sent us that message. We were just like, yeah, we're ready. And then, like I said, it's hard to get us all in the same room, but we can all definitely jump on here another time too.
Yeah, for sure.
I would be down to help you with that.
Yeah, it's just a good way to introduce us to one another. I think we are probably going to be doing another live stream tomorrow night if you or anyone's available, but I don't even know if we are going to. We'll just have to figure it out.
I won't be. I actually, my birthday just started 45 minutes ago. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, I'm old as hell today. But other than that, yeah, I won't be ready tomorrow. I'm normally Tuesday through Thursday. I have my daughter, and so I don't even answer my phone. So the weekends are a good time for me, and then Monday nights, like right now. But Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you probably will be left on red because I only see my daughter those 3 days.
I gotcha. Okay. Did you want to take a look at my list and say anything about it, or did you want to move back to My Hero?
Oh, yeah, let me click on it. Is it, that's all of it? It doesn't expand? Is it not open?
It's a couple pages.
Yeah, I was about to say, I only saw the 6, and I was like, it's not letting me click on it, but I had to click the link.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on a couple things here.
Well, I just saw it just popped up. First of all, K is awesome. Second, I'm going to go ahead.
Pretty good. I've seen that.
Right. Their Spy Family, their new season is great so far.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's caught on to that yet.
I haven't seen the new season, but season 1 and 2, absolutely phenomenal. Kay has the best cat girl for sure. But
yeah. I was loving that. That's K as in the K Project, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the K Project. It's just K is what I know it as.
The full title, yeah.
Yeah, K is K Project. It says KK on the title where it's mirroring itself.
Yeah, the one with like the big swords in the sky.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That one's amazing.
Best cat girl.
But yeah, as far as what I was gonna say about Spy Family, right now they're are you guys still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just cleared my app on my phone. I thought I just hung up on you guys. Yeah, Spy Family is following Lloyd's story and his upbringing more this time, and I think that's really dope.
Yeah, I saw one episode that was a Lloyd
Baby
backstory.
Lloyd.
Okay, so it's gonna be like a full season of him.
I know the last couple episodes was him as a kid, and then without giving too much away, he went into the war and then ran back into his childhood friends. And it was funny because he was actually only injured, and they were all talking about how they're recruits. And then they were like, "How have you been since childhood?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm a lieutenant. I'm just injured." And they were like, "What?" And I just thought that was hilarious. Like,
okay, I'm glad we're getting that backstory. It's probably one of the things I'm most interested in seeing. But at the same time, I feel like to a degree, it's probably something that maybe we should have never seen, just to leave it up to the imagination, which is probably always going to be better than reality.
oh yeah, I liked it because the mystery behind him was great, but it was like seeing childhood Lloyd and then watching him slowly become a father, and it's not just for a job anymore. It just makes it all the much better.
I agree, especially since we've already got 2 seasons of Lloyd without having the backstory, so it's fine. We've already got a lot of time with it as it is. In a way, it's kind of like Kakashi in part 1. We only hear about his backstory. Oh, yeah, exactly.
I'm literally going to make the same comparison you made.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'd say that's probably one of the best examples of a backstory that we didn't have that we probably should have got, because it's better to get it than to leave it to the imagination, is Kakashi.
Yeah, Kakashi is a good, secret. You get just enough of him, and you're like, all right, that's all I need.
I mean, technically, we still have a lot of mystery surrounding his Onbu days, which I think that keeps the mystique really cool.
Mother.
I know, that's what I said. Yeah, you get just enough of Kakashi to where you don't question him. You see him, and you're like, yep, that's him.
Yeah. I do like some fan theory that Tobirama is like his grandfather or something, but
Oh, yeah.
that would be funny.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Let me get back to it. Dang, I was gonna recommend some. All right, so I don't know, you guys into gaming?
Yes,
a little bit,
actually.
All right, good. I would hope so. I mean, most animes are into gaming also, because if you haven't checked it out, Guilty Gear Strive just released the anime.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, and it is beautiful. It's based off of their so it's just a carry on. So it's after the second game, and it's their son.
Ooh.
And it's it's dope. It's only 8 episodes. I just binged it all last night.
I've heard of it. I just haven't seen anything about it.
Yeah, it's Guilty Gear Strive Dual Thrones, and it's about their kids after the game.
What would you rate it?
I rated it an 8 out of 10 on my anime list. So, I mean, I was really happy with it. I never played the games, but they did a good 5-minute recap at the beginning, and you don't even have to play the game.
Oh, there you go. I felt like
I'm going to get off here. I do got to get some sleep. It was nice chatting with y'all, man. Sorry if I kept ranting. You, I like you said, I do get passionate. So
you're fine.
Don't feel bad to cut me off, because I will keep talking if you don't. So
hey, fair enough. All right, well, hey, have a good night, man.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it, man. Hit me up next time for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I guess I'll see you next time.
Yeah, as soon as I can get back to this to hang up somewhere. There you guys are. Wait, no, that invite. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you'll get there one of these days.
Oh, I'm still on the mic. There it is. It's at the bottom. I was still going through the list of topics. My bad. All right, see you guys.
All right, I'll see you. Well, Axel, we haven't given our My Hero Academia predictions yet. So first of all, how far are you in it?
I'm literally up to the last season, but I haven't started it, like the last one to be out.
Oh, you haven't started season 7? Oh, you haven't started season 8.
Yeah, so like, the part that you were saying they ended on, that you thought was really good, I haven't gotten to that yet, so I'm like eager to see why you're giving it such high praise.
Okay, well, that was the beginning of season 6. So, what was the last thing you've seen? Just
Okay, so wait, I might be 2 behind. Yeah, so I was on 6, so I might be 2 behind.
So, season 6 was
I
the
just
big
went
fight in the city. That was the first war arc. Season 6 had
Okay, yeah, so
the
that's-
vigilante arc, the Dark Hero arc with Deku. Season
okay, yeah,
6.
That's what I'm on actually. So
Okay, so you said you watched the final
Yeah.
episode of that?
I have not yet, but I'm like eager to see how it ends because after everything you guys said, it sounds like it actually picks up. And just like you, I haven't really been super into My Hero, the other stuff I've seen, so I keep waiting for it to like get good enough to merit how many fans it has, and that's
Okay.
basically why I started watching it in the first place.
For
'cause I really wanted
clarification,
to see like why people love it so much.
it was season 6 where I said it starts getting good. So the first 5 seasons I said I wasn't really into. So you should be there. So
Okay.
you're at the Dark Hero arc, like you're where Nagant is being introduced,
Yeah.
Lady Nagant.
I'm like right at the beginning of 6th, and yeah.
You're at the beginning of.
Yeah.
So did you see the big fight in the city? Or are you at the Dark Hero arc with Lady Nagant?
I can look right now and tell you the exact.
You're very, very confusing with where you are. Did you see Miriko, the girl, fight the Nomus? Okay.
Let me see. What is the exact episode?
And then you saw Shigaraki wake up and put on the scarf and then destroy the city.
Yeah, apparently I'm on episode 8. Yeah.
Of season
Just went
6?
and looked. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know exactly where that is. I'm going to assume that they're still fighting in the city.
Yeah, they were facing the monstrous giant thing.
The Gigantomachia? Or whatever?
Yeah, the thing that came out of the forest or whatever.
Okay. So that's in the city now. So, okay, I think I know where you are. You're probably right before a big reveal with Dobby.
Yeah, I saw that death scene that you were talking about, Space. If that helps clarify.
The death scene. I'm assuming you saw what happened with Eraserhead.
thing.
Eraserhead had something happen to him very recently with where you are. Or he's about to.
Yeah.
You keep saying yeah instead of what the thing
And
is, so
what's
I don't
her-
know if you've actually.
No, and what's her face? This chick, I can't remember her
Shigaraki
name.
goes
Didn't she like
vintage.
lose an arm or a leg or something? I remember that too.
She? So okay, so Miriko, Miriko.
Yeah, her.
Yeah. That was a dope fight. One of the coolest freaking fights. So that is after Twice's death. Okay, so
remember
you probably saw
thinking she was
Twice's
gonna
death.
be like, I thought she was gonna be like some unimportant person who only showed up for like 2 scenes, and then that happened, and I was like, oh, this just got like intense. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, you saw Endeavor fight Shigaraki. You probably saw Shigaraki's EMP. You probably saw Eraserhead have something happen to him. Which again, I don't know if you have, so I'm not gonna spoil just in case. It's probably where you are, right around there. Gigantomachia is in the city now, seemingly. So, Miriko vs. Nomu fight is also Gege, the creator of JJK's favorite fight in My Hero Academia. But yeah, no, this
Really?
is
I did not know that.
season 6, the beginning of it. Maybe like if you want to say episode like 2 or 3 is where I think it started getting good. So you're there. You just started being there, but you're currently actively there, where I think it's good.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see why, because it is getting interesting.
Yeah,
I
so
think
there
it's
are
like I'm kind of worried about if it's gonna keep my interest because it's taken so long to even get it. But, like,
Well, I was worried about the same thing, but it actually surprisingly to me, it actually did.
mhm.
What I will say is don't let season 7 fool you. because the final arc starts like in the middle of season 7, and from like realistically before the middle of season 7, it was like, okay, the final arc starts, I don't even know, let's say season 7 episode like 5, I guess, or 4 or something like that, and you'd expect it to just this arc to go to the end of the season, but no, it keeps going. It's basically the war arc in Naruto if Naruto was in seasons, if that makes sense.
So I don't think I saw whatever the thing is you're saying happened to Eraserhead, but I know that like it seemed like something was going to happen with him, but I wasn't sure if I saw the thing that you're talking about yet.
Glad I didn't say it then.
Well, the thing that you referenced but didn't outright say. So.
Exactly. Yeah. That's crazy if it happens after Gigantomachia gets in the city. Or maybe you were just saying he's going to the city, but he's coming out of the forest. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Because okay, there's a part where he's running through the city, but he's not to the battlefield yet. You might be referencing that around when Ochako confronts Toga.
That sounds like what I remember, yeah.
Anyway, so now that we've pinpointed where you are, what are your predictions for season 6 / the rest of the series / how you think it's going to end?
I want to say, as much as I want to say it's going to just go on a rampage killing a bunch of people, I feel like that can't happen because a lot of the people are like, they seem like they're going to stick around, like the characters that are there, so I'm like, I feel like someone's got to either die or like several people get heavily injured. And
so
then maybe...
So by that you do mean named characters, right?
Yeah, named characters.
Okay. But please continue.
It just feels like certain people have plot armored their way out of like being heavily injured for a long time, so that's got to end at some point, and this giant enemy seems like the perfect time.
I mean, one thing that I do think is pretty cool about My Hero in the earlier seasons is it does seem like the damage is considered throughout, like it's permanent. Like if Deku gets a scar, that scar stays there, and it actually makes an impactful story mattering thing. Because it's like, oh, he can only get a certain number of scars, and he can't just keep doing this forever. So it's not, oh, get injured, heal, get injured, heal. Demon Slayer kind of does the same thing with realistic injuries in that same regard. It's going to take weeks to heal and blah, blah, blah. Like just minor fractures or whatever. And so I think that you'll see, even going forward, injuries, they can ride around them, but the point is that they aren't being lazy. They are riding with it in mind. And so it does make a difference, and it does make an impact. Even if effectively they can get to the same thing, it still matters.
Yeah, I think the one thing where I was really rolling my eyes is where they kept saying, oh, he can only use his quirk this much, or else he'll like lose his arms because every time he uses them, they get injured.
Oh, yeah.
And then we spend a whole episode of him remembering that he has 2 other limbs he can use. And I'm
Trust
like, why was there a whole episode for you to realize that you have legs? Like, that's so strange. But,
don't get me started on the first 5 seasons of My Hero. I'm going to sound like Cam talking about the card game arc of Hunter x Hunter. No, I feel you on the eye roll, though.
I actually liked that arc. I didn't see why people
No,
hated it.
you're a loser nerd.
I think maybe it's because the people that hate it had to like wait for it to come out if they were watching it when it came out. But for me, I didn't. So like, I just watched it all.
Oh, Kamui would hate me bashing this arc, but no, Cam gets it. I did not like that arc. But,
I didn't mind it. I felt like it was longer than it needed to be, though.
Yeah, a lot of people have that critique as well. A lot of people say the same thing about the Ant arc, though. So, you know.
And I'm in the Ant arc now, actually, and like it feels, I don't know, it feels like this was meant to be the main story, and the rest of the stuff was just to lead up to it.
That's funny. I could totally see that. Where are you in the arc?
They just introduced Meruem, whatever the heck his name, and he like went to this. He went and took over the world leader guy and like was making him give speeches on TV or whatever. And I
Okay.
think that's exactly where I stopped at. So I have no
Okay.
idea what happens after that.
So that's where I would consider the midpoint of the arc to be. So the first half of the arc and the second half of the arc, from here on outwards, is going to feel completely different, almost like it's two entirely different arcs. But people say this is where the Ant arc gets good, quote unquote, if you didn't think it was so good up to this point, or if you thought it was fine or mediocre, whatever, fine. But from this point onwards, it's... I mean, you've already seen the thing with Gon and Kite.
Yeah.
That continues.
One thing I do know without having ever watched this anime is that What's-His-Face dies, because I've seen like clips of it when people were talking about character deaths in anime and other videos. And like I didn't even realize this was from that until I saw Meruem, and then it clicked and I was like, wait, this is from that one clip I saw. So this is when the dude dies, but like I don't really know the details of it or anything.
Well, I definitely don't know who the dude / what's-his-face is, but I have a couple guesses. Would it be the old man, the chairman?
Yeah, the old man.
Okay. Yeah, that's towards the end of the arc. You're not going to be seeing that for a while. So
I
what?
assumed so, because I'm pretty sure what I saw was him fighting the green guy. So I was like, yeah, this is probably like Endgame or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be like the war arc, to where the war arc has a lot of cool moments. But you have a whole day one of the war arc. You also have like the leading up to the war arc in Naruto, and they do the same thing for this. So there's going to be a castle invasion where you get that fight that you're talking about. But they're going to take their time. And I mean as much time as possible. They're going to be doing a lot of nonsense stuff. It's going to be feeling like filler, doing every side character. That's stupid.
I just remembered the exact scene I had paused on, and it wasn't. It was a little further. It was the one where, what do you call them? The Akatsuki group in this series, but I can't remember their name. They were trying to invade the Ant territory, and they started
The Phantom
splitting
Troop.
off and fighting the different. Yeah, the Phantom Troop people were fighting the higher up Ant members, and that's where I stopped at.
Yeah, that was just a one-off, like, basically a filler episode is what it feels like. You don't really see the Phantom Troop for the whole rest of the story, I'm pretty sure. That might be the last time you see them in general.
Oh, so I could have skipped it then. No, I still would have watched it, but I'm just joking.
Yeah. But that's the thing with the Ant arc. The A story of the arc is really good. But they focus on the B, C, D, and E story just as much. Equally.
Isn't the whole story the A story? Because it's the Ant arc.
Well, whereas that's really funny. That's not where I was going. You could say the C story would be the whole arc because of the Chimera ants.
Nice.
But anyways, it's stupid because the B story gets just as much shine as the A story, which gets just as much shine as the H story, and so on and so forth.
The H story is crazy.
For Hunter x Hunter, yeah. No, but you're gonna be sitting there like.
I was wondering that I would love to be spoiled on.
Yeah.
That I don't think will ruin the series for me is does the thing with the two kids that created what's his name? The first speaking ant, like the first one who was able to speak. The Reina and whatever the other kids' name were.
Yeah. Like Colt or whatever, like I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's sad. It's sad. Don't expect much from them. They don't actually go anywhere when they absolutely should have. I can't believe they didn't do anything with them. Biggest waste of potential in the entire arc.
It really felt like that was going to come up again, and he just like sees the mom, and that's it. And I was like,
and I'm mad about it.
Spent all this time with them for nothing.
Yes, we did. Especially with what they're doing with Meruem the king, and he's about to meet someone. It feels like they could have had a dynamic similar to what Gon and Colt could have had, but that doesn't happen.
Yep.
That said, Gon and Meruem do have a lot of narrative connection that's very important and makes it really good, the arc. But again, like you've seen the octopus ant, you're going to be following him as much, if not more, than frickin' the king or Gon or the characters that actually matter. Imagine the war arc. You're watching Kiba as much as you're watching Naruto. It's like, yeah, Tintin fought Kakazu. Imagine that's 3 episodes instead of 20 seconds. That's the Ant arc.
Wild.
I
Well,
know.
I'm glad to know to temper my expectations going in.
Yeah, so when the story's focusing on the story, it's good. When it's focusing on everything else, it's everything else. That's what I would say the Ant
I
arc
think
is.
that's just a general rule for most stories. Like, the whole point of being told a story is you want to know what happens and not what doesn't matter about what happens.
Yeah, no, it tells you everything. It doesn't phase out the unimportant information and focus on the point of the story. It does it all.
Yeah, someone doesn't know the difference between a story Bible and a story whoever made this, I guess.
Literally, it's stupid.
I don't even know the name of the creator. Who created this?
I want to say Horikoshi, but why do I feel like that's wrong? It might not be, though. No, Horikoshi's My Hero Academia. I don't remember. Hunter x Hunter, who's the guy? It's not Oda, that's One Piece. It's not Kishimoto, it's not Ikimoto, not Kodachi. Who is it?
Oh wait, Togashi. It's
Togashi, that's yeah.
Wait, so now that makes sense. He just likes characters that wear green as the main character because he also did Yu Yu Hakusho.
Bro, honestly, the Ant arc would have been better if Palm didn't exist as a character. I don't like Palm. And she continues being a character throughout. That's not to say she doesn't have a good impact on the story, but overall, she has so much nonsense, it just brings it down for me.
She felt like she walked out of a different anime into this one.
They just keep her running joke gag going way too long to where she doesn't have a character, except for the small little tidbits that she does for like 2 panels, and then that's her whole character, and like I don't care outside of that. And that's 99% of her character. At all times.
It was getting to the point where I was like, depending on where this goes, it could be really interesting or really dumb. And they chose really dumb.
Yeah. They also focus on Welfin a lot, the wolf. I don't know if you've seen him yet. I don't remember.
That doesn't sound like a familiar name.
Well, it's about to be. For like 10 episodes in a row.
Yeah, haven't seen this character. Just looked him up.
Okay. Now, he has a couple cool moments, but it's like, he has a lot of moments that aren't those cool moments. That's that's the problem. There's way too many moments.
Oh, and I think Space is asking, is there a specific other topic from general or rewrite topics that you want to talk about?
Part of the problem, Space, is because he's vaguely in the middle of season 6. It's hard to discuss, but let's go to the topic list. We'll look. Because I don't want to say things from future things if you haven't seen it yet, but you should also definitely catch up soon. By the way, Space, if there's something that you wanted us to read that you said on stream, if you want us to do that, at me in wherever you want me to read it. For this stream, because again, we'll probably be streaming tomorrow, so if we can wait, that's fine too. But yeah. Well, also, I figured we would also do the 1B rewrite either tomorrow or another time. And a lot of these other things.
I can just like try to power through everything so that I can discuss it with you guys sooner because I did tell you guys I'd catch up so I could talk about it, but I just haven't made it all the way to the end yet. So.
Yeah, have you seen the movies? For My Hero?
I know I've seen one of them. I don't know what order I'm supposed to be watching them in though. Like, is there a list?
Wait, Axel.
Exactly
Axel.
when to watch each one.
Axel. Tell me what I must have misheard you, right? You don't know what order to watch the movies in?
I don't. Nope.
So Axel, movies 1 through 4, you don't know what order to watch the movies.
No, I mean like after which episodes.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was kind of getting that vibe towards the end there. That makes more sense. I think you could watch the first 3 movies, but again, it's kind of whatever.
Okay, I know I saw the first one, but to be fair, when I saw it with people that knew what was going on, and I had no idea. So, like, if I watched it now, I'm sure it would have a different impact.
Yeah, I watched the first movie in theaters. That's the only one I've seen in theaters, and I walked away thinking it was cool, but also like eye rolly for the same reasons as you already know. But movie 2 was nothing for the first 99%, and then it was really cool at the end. And Space is gonna hate me saying this, by the way. Same for movie 3, which I think was worse than movie 2, but overall was better. It's just its lows were even lower. But movie 4 was pretty cool throughout. But yeah, movie 2 has the coolest final fight ending. Movie 3 has the second coolest, arguably. Movie 1 was pretty cool. Movie 4 was pretty cool. But yeah, movie 4 I think is definitely the best of the 4 movies. Movie 1's probably the second best. Movie 3 is probably the third best. And movie 2 is probably the worst. I don't know if Space would agree with that, but that's where I have them ranked. I'm pretty sure the first 2 movies at the very least are canon, quote unquote. They at least movie 3 sucks in a wasted potential wise. Okay, that's fair. All the movies are canon. Okay. But by canon Space, what I mean is like actually like not just brought up, but essential for the plot, at least for the anime, because movie 1 is with Deku's like gauntlet stuff with that one episode in season 7. It's like they don't go back and explain it. Oh, also with All Might's thing with his final fight thing. But outside of movie 1, like the movie villain from season 2 who's like referenced in a single panel in the manga, I'm not going to count that as canon when it's basically you can skip over it. But like movie 1, you kind of need it for context. Otherwise, you're going to be confused. But like it's overall mostly fine. You can argue movie 2 kind of explains some stuff with Bakugo. Maybe, but movie 2, for Axel's sake, movie 2 is important because it has the original ending of what the series was going to be. Like Horikoshi had something in his mind for what the final fight was going to look like. And then he just sort of like gave that idea to movie 2. And so movie 2 did it. And then he had to make something new for his ending for My Hero Academia, which I think is kind of funny. Kind of cool.
Do you think the original ending was better than better than where they're going now, I guess?
What I mean by original
Like,
ending is the
there.
concept. So I guess I'll just tell you the concept since it's like kind of whatever. What he gave is there's a fight between Deku and Bakugo versus, like, they're fighting together against the movie 2 villain. It's like some original villain. It doesn't really matter who it is. And they're losing, and there's a part towards the end where the big bad guy is about to kill him, and Deku transfers. He gives Bakugo all for one. Or one for all, or whatever. He gives him his quirk, the one. And then... So Deku is similar to like All Might in the first 3 seasons, how his flame is flickering out and blah, 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 and Bakugo has it now. And so it's like both of them using their one for all powers against the big bad guy to defeat them. And that was like going to be the original ending. Like they were going to do that against Shigaraki rather than the movie 2 villain, like at the end of the manga. But that doesn't happen now.
I see.
And
I definitely see how that could have been a good ending.
Yeah, I don't know what the final fight does look like towards the end of it for the final fight. Like they've all, like again, like I said, this season 7 is the final arc. The final fight starts in the middle of season 7, which sounds ridiculous.
It does, but I will wait to see.
Yeah, so again, it's like if you want to count it as something similar, ignoring Kaguya and Sasuke at the end, if you look at the war arc for the actual war arc part of the war arc, it's like saying when Naruto versus Obito starts versus where it ends, which is kind of like a crazy distance in time. Like starting with like the headbutt against White Mask Obito, going through Jubito. Exactly. Freaking 300 episodes later. It's kind of like that in a way. To where there's a lot of stuff that happens in between for clearly like defined like start and end points, but it's all like one long saga of a fight in a way. But yeah, it's kind of what it's like.
You see.
But yeah, so I would say that I don't know what the finale is going to look like for the actual final fight, even though they've technically been doing it all along. But where the direction they have been going, narratively, I have just liked really a lot. Like, obviously, the concept of Deku and Bakugo fighting the final villain and then Deku giving it his power, blah, 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 whatever. That's, like, cool plot-wise, but that like, narratively, that doesn't really tell me anything. Whereas the narrative, the story, that's, like, where I'm really invested in. And that's what they've been really nailing with these final 3, if not 2 seasons of these final seasons. But, yeah.
I gotcha.
Let's see if Space did at me and anything you wanted me to do tonight. I'm sure he did. Or maybe he didn't. Walmart Shigaraki.
I mean, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah. So here's something that's fun. I wish we could talk about this, but we can't because you're just not quite there yet. You're about to get there, though. So at the end of the arc that you're currently watching, so like at the end of the big fight in the city, which you're almost there. It's a couple more episodes. That was where Horikoshi was originally planning on ending the story, the manga or whatever. Like, this was going to be the final arc. What you're currently watching right now is going to be the final arc. So keeping that in mind, knowing what you know about movie 2, how he gave the original ending of his manga to movie 2, it's kind of cool to think about the fact that you were about to see like Deku and Bakugo fighting this version of Shigaraki, and then Deku and Bakugo like losing, and then Deku gives him whatever, and just going from there. And you'll kind of get to see how that would have been implemented, but he obviously had to change it up. But this is like a big argument that me and Space used to have back in the day. I'm sure he's going to be saying a lot of stuff about it too. But he obviously had to change things going into it because he knew he was going to rewrite it / expand it, extend it, whatever. But it's kind of cool just to consider that as you're watching. Like, this was going to be the original ending. It was going to end here. But it's not. But you can still see where some of those concepts do apply and where he definitely did change it. To see, like, where it could have gone differently. Or, like, where it would have been the same. Yeah, but that's kind of like
you were
cool
describing about how they were going to end it originally kind of reminds me of what I felt when I watched the trailer for the Naruto Shippuden Bonds movie versus watching the actual movie. It felt like the scenes that they showed that didn't even actually happen in the movie were things that would happen at like the end of the series with like a big epic battle where Naruto and Sasuke fight together, and then they just kind of did something that wasn't that and then just moved on. And it really felt like it was what was supposed to have been in the ending, and they even the way the trailers and all the promotions for that movie, because I remember when it was coming out, the way they hyped it up, it really felt like it was going to be this epic thing, but then the actual movie didn't feel like that, and it was just like, this obviously was supposed to be part of a bigger arc than what they had time for.
That's hilarious, yeah, because it's Naruto versus the 8 Gates guy for the first, like, I don't know, 80 minutes of the film. Sasuke comes in the last 10 minutes.
I don't even know if I would call that versus. It's literally just Sasuke watching Naruto not tap out while getting beat up on the mat.
Literally. And to be fair, that's a cool thing to watch. For Naruto to have that sort of like endurance or whatever, to not give up. That's honestly, of all, it's so funny to say, in all moments of Naruto, that's probably the moment where it feels like he got the most beat up and didn't give up the most. Of all places.
Uzumaki Life Force. That Uzumaki Life Force is crazy, man.
Bro, he looks so bruised in the coolest kind of way. But yeah, no, then Sasuke just comes in to help him fight like the Zero Tails.
Just chilling, watching it.
Yeah, and then they beat the Zero Tails in the same way that Naruto beat Delta. It's like, oh, you overwhelmed them. Wow, they've beat like 5 villains this exact same way. It's like, okay. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And they have that like moment there at the very end. Sasuke leaves. Naruto's like, oh, I'm not gonna give up.
See, doesn't that feel like that almost feels like an end of series thing, right? Like where they don't let you hear what he said, but he like talks to Sasuke, and then he just goes off. And it's like, well, they ended things on a sort of positive, but not totally, like, good note, and it kind of leaves it open. It just feels like something where you would expect, like, one final thing to close everything out, or that to just be an open ending.
Oh, I hate the cliche when they do that, and it's not important, and then you find out what they said, like, unironically 2 minutes later. Like, they do that a couple times in Naruto, like when the 5 Kage are talking to the Naruto clone before it poofs away, and they're like, we'll win, or whatever. It's like all of them, like, silently saying it, and then Naruto repeats that, like, 30 seconds later, like the main Naruto. It's like...
And then they get bullied after saying that.
It's so stupid, bro. Like, they do that a couple times in Naruto, and like every time, like,
something
bro.
after saying that instead of getting whooped like they were beginners.
I know. They do that also with Itachi's death versus Sasuke. You could argue that works a lot better there, but they're still like doing the same thing. Finds out pretty soon afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like the reason Kishimoto didn't do that is because he knew a lot of people would figure out Itachi's true goal behind the forehead poke if he let us hear it. But I don't know.
I agree, yeah. Especially since he died, like, right then. And, it, like, assuming Itachi was evil, there's still narrative significance to him missing Sasuke's eye and accidentally tapping him on his forehead in his death. Like, that's still, like, narratively cool. Like, is there another topic that we could talk on for MHA? Because keep in mind, Space, we're probably maybe going to talk about it tomorrow as well. I'm trying to go back to the topic list here.
Which gives me time to watch a lot more.
That's true, too. I don't think you're going to see through Season 7, though. That's the only problem. Maybe tomorrow, maybe.
If I start now and I don't use the bathroom or anything, I can make it.
That's crazy. There's not that many episodes. You're in episode 8 of Season 6, so... You gotta finish that. That's what, like, I don't know, another 16 episodes. And then you have, I don't know, how many episodes is Season 7? Like 24?
I have no idea.
No, I don't know.
But if I do nothing but watch it, I should be there by time. But, if I skip the opening and ending, and I only just sit and watch it straight through, I should be good.
Well, if I watch it on 4 times speed...
Oh my god. Yeah, just find a compilation of the whole season and then speed that video up and just watch that.
Literally, yeah. I would say something that I want you to focus on is they do 3 different dynamics between the characters. And this isn't something that you'll be able to comment on until you finish Season 7, because that's where the resolution is for these characters. But the dynamic between the hero and villain, between Deku and Shigaraki, is 1. And then you have Todoroki / I guess Endeavor, if you want to combine them, with Dabi would be 2. And then the third one is Ochako and Toga, which is 3. Those are like the 3. You can count Spinner and I guess the discriminated people against is 4, if you want to go the... Not really. So it's those 3 that are like the main dynamics, in my opinion. Those are the 3 that I'm going to be curious to hear your like ranking on, because surprisingly, this surprised me too. I have Ochako and Toga as the best, by far. Everyone else loves Todoroki and Dabi's dynamic with Season 7 and how that concludes. I didn't. In fact, I would have that at the bottom of the 3. People have that as their top, but I have it at my bottom. I got Deku as the middle. But Toga and Ochako, surprising even me, was my number 1.
I've heard a lot of good things about their interactions. I just don't know exactly.
It's narrative
happens,
peak,
I have, like,
bro.
an idea.
It's narrative peak. Like, I understand why people like the Dabi and Todoroki stuff. Because it's like there throughout the story. more, in my opinion. It's more prominent. Hey, Toga versus Ochako is actually a fight that makes me emotional. Exactly, Space. It makes you emotional because it's freaking good. Whereas, okay, it wasn't Axel saying this, but Axel's going to say the exact same thing, that he's going to be eye-rolling when Todoroki does this, like, flash freeze thing, and Dabi goes from 1,000,000 degrees to negative degrees. He's going to be doing the exact same thing, just like I was. Because, okay, here's the thing, Axel. Here's the thing. Space will tell you, MHA shot up in my ranking because season 6 and 7 were, like, the most peakest to peak of all things ever. Because they were so good, I was passionate about it, to where pretty much the only thing Space heard me do was complain about it. Complain about my issues with it. Because that's the thing. For as good as it was, and I say the same exact thing about, who is this? Who is that? I don't know who that is.
Did you cut out, or are you?
Oh, no. Someone just randomly surprised me with being who they are. Who is this person that just typed? Who just talked in the MHA chat? I don't know who that is. Anyways. They must have changed their name or something. I'm from YouTube, lol. Well, hello there. Did you want to speak? Have you been listening to the podcast? Oh, certainly. Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah, we've definitely been going back and forth on the Itachi and Naruto shoe thing lately. So, welcome to the server, I guess.
Itachi and Naruto shoe?
We have definitely been talking a lot about Naruto's shoe, yes. Well, okay, Axel, I guess I can get your interpretation on this. Do you think that Naruto's sandal has endured? Space.
It's what?
Well, you know Naruto's sandal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it kicked Gaara. It's been with Naruto since day one.
Don't tell me you're scaling it.
Well, do you think that endurance is scalable? It's measurable. Like Naruto has a high level of endurance, whereas other characters don't have as high of an endurance.
Yeah.
So, and you would agree that the thesis statement, the point of Naruto, is to conclude with the message telling you, it's to say, ninjas are those who endure.
Yeah, but there's different definitions of endure, and I think it's using two different ones.
Well, Axel, keeping in mind what Kishimoto is telling you, the takeaway, grand, central theme, message, core, soul of the story is, would you say that Naruto's shoe is a ninja?
No, because his shoe didn't take the test and pass and get recognized as a ninja.
All right, well, that'll do it. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Sorry, Space, I thought that was too good of a segue to... I mean, we could keep going, but Space, it's only going to go downhill from there. I'm sorry, what MHA thing was I saying before? Haven't even finished what you're talking about. Exactly. I didn't. What was I talking about?
How you liked Toga and Ochako and thought it was peak writing.
Yeah, but I can't talk about that. I can just say that I think it's the best. Hashirama's not a ninja. I have thoughts on that.
I see.
Nice.
Hashirama is not a ninja. Well, yeah, technically he is, because he and Madara created the leaf, so they established the first ninja system. Even though technically there were warriors. I don't even remember if they called themselves ninjas yet.
Well, I think they did. The thing is, if you remember, this is actually a pretty iconic line. People don't consider this. When Hashirama's brother died, Hashirama's talking to his dad, and he talks out of line. Do you remember what he says?
Something about how children didn't need to keep dying like that or whatever.
And what was his conclusion to that?
I don't remember.
Well, word for word, he says, "This Shinobi world is so messed up."
I can't.
And so, keeping in mind the fact that
Why are
Hashirama,
you
during
like
the Warring
this?
States era, said, "This Shinobi world is so messed up," that leads me to think a certain
Why are
type
you
of
like this?
way.
I can't.
It's the most
Oh
fun
my
way to
God.
be. So, Space wants us to talk about
That is great.
something here. The Deku and Inari stuff. And I refuse to call him anything else, by the way. But if you keep rejecting everything, you're only going to cause yourself more pain. So obviously, I know what this means in terms of Shigaraki. The problem here, Space, is that whereas Axel can, a lot of this discussion would be rooted in season 6 and especially season 7 stuff, going to like the origin narrative stuff, which is a lot more towards the season 7 stuff especially. But Axel, you already know that like the origin of characters is like narratively an important thing in the story, but it's about to be like the centerfold thing.
You want me to like deafen for 10 seconds so you can explain the space and then non-deafen?
Well, Space already knows, so I don't really need to do that. I'll just like talk on this another time. See, the problem is we could talk about it, but there's not even a point of talking about it because like you just haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was. I saw where he like murked his sister and his, I think, a dog or something.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you've seen that in the season 5. You saw that. But yeah. I mean, you proved my point. The fact that you're explaining his backstory as he murked his sister and a dog or something, that proves to me that you are not ready to have this conversation.
Well, I don't fully blame him for that because a lot of the stuff was just like domino effects of people being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he was a kid, so it's like, I don't know. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I
Yeah,
probably don't know and as much as I need to know.
yeah. See, the thing is, a lot of the first 5 seasons aren't good. I agree. But actually, they're very important going into season 6 and 7 because they do a lot of callbacks or they do a lot of ties to make a lot of stuff that's been built up in the first 5 seasons. That's where it gets a lot of the payoff, and especially the resolutions in season 7, which retroactively makes everything you saw good with the full story in mind. But you're not there yet. So.
Okay. I will do my best to have no life and catch up.
Yeah. You'll find out why a lot of stuff is good once you get there. But it's not good yet. So it's still bad. That's the problem. Dang it. It's just I am worried because I am not sure if tomorrow's... Yeah, I know, Space. I could totally tell the vibe when you were saying the maybe thing above, wherever that was. Did you delete that? Where is that?
Ooh,
Is
I
it
want to
just
see.
way up here? Yeah, okay, no, you didn't. It was right here. So we're talking about the original endings. Let's head back to Image A. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe! That was what I was saying, that we'll in-stream and do a stream tomorrow. Because Space does not trust me on doing My Hero Academia streams after the past, like, 5 have been rescheduled.
I don't trust you in doing consistent streams regardless, if that makes you feel any better than about focusing on just space.
Yeah. Space, if you want to do your preview of your Izuku and 1-beat rewrite, now you can. Space, I think you said that your rewrite's only going through the first, like, 2 or 3 seasons anyways, and Axel's seen that. So we could just do that entire thing, Axel, if you want to, or if you'd rather end. It doesn't really matter.
I'm down with whatever. I have time. But
Okay.
like, I'm still waiting on my Akimichi iceberg and my other things I sent you for us to do. So it's
I know, yeah. I want to do that with Conway
nice
when we do
Okay.
like Naruto. Because I'm excited for that as well. Stupid, I love
Me
it.
too. It's so good. Like, so
Oh,
stupid, but so good.
I know. Okay.
When if you're listening, you didn't hear anything.
He's not gonna listen to this. It has My Hero Academia in the title. I promise you, he's not gonna listen to this.
Oh, speaking of which, I still need to send you and Space my cursed ship list where I was just like putting random characters together and making ship names for them that were puns.
That's funny.
Space is gonna hate it.
I'm down. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that's a lot. Let's start. Okay, first I want to see if there's like YouTube comments because that'll give Space time to type stuff more stuff out as well. Let me pop out chat.
If there are, they've fallen asleep waiting for a response, like I often do.
I'm so sorry that I don't reach out. Me and Kami just have too much to say.
People in YouTube chat, I see you and I understand you.
So do I, even though I don't respond. I feel bad
He
though.
doesn't see you, but he understands you.
He says, damn, y'all switched to MHA. See, Space, everyone hates it. They love Naruto around here. There's a manga
I
out,
like
bro.
Naruto considerably more, but I wouldn't say I hate MHA. I'm just like, it's just a thing that exists.
So I don't think Denix Gaming understands how predictions work. Just because the story's over doesn't mean I've seen it.
Fair.
But enough of being mean to the people watching and supporting us. Griffith says, yo, you ready for My Hero Academia All Justice? So that's the game. I might get it just because I really like this part of the story. And that'd be like the sole reason. I just don't know if I'm actually going to do that. Because it costs money, and that's where you start getting, territory.
Oh, and by the way, one of my headcanons is always, or not headcanons, but like things I've stood by has always been that Nezu, the principal or whatever the heck his name, would have been one of the best people to give One for All if it was possible to give it to him.
I feel that. It could be kind of funny.
He'd be so OP.
He's so stupid. CB says, Naruto did not die. So, Axel, what did you think about when Naruto died?
Which time?
Exactly. And you know what? That right there, that's the only answer that we need. We don't need to go into depth on that discussion. That answer is CB's question or statement.
I know you didn't say into depth, but it sounded like it, and that's really funny.
Well, that's all of the comments. So, oh my gosh. Okay, so back to space.
Yeah, there's a whole essay here that you've been missing.
So Axel, I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
Axel, I want you to read this.
I knew you were gonna do this to me. I had a feeling.
Well, just this. I want you to just read that. That's the only thing I want you to read.
I know what you're about to do. Can I at least show a preview of my Izuku and 1B rewrite?
Okay, so right there. So Axel, I want you to guess which of these words I'm going to have you repeat.
Preview.
Okay, so Axel, I want you to read this word out for me.
Preview.
Okay, so Axel, so let me just make sure we're all on the same page here. So let me do this. Let me do this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to zoom in. So okay.
Of course you are.
So Axel, what is this letter?
I already knew where this was going.
So what is this letter? Okay, so that letter's a P. So and this letter's an R, right? Okay, so we're doing our Sesame Street training. The letter of the day here, Axel, it's this one.
E.
It's an E. Okay, I'm glad that we're all following along. Space, just so we're all on the same page. So Axel, what letter is this?
This is a V.
Okay, and then here's there's no I in team, but there certainly is in preview. So this one is also an E. And then
there's no I in team, but there's an A, and that's one person.
Well, Axel, this letter definitely defines you right now.
Two of me, actually. Double U.
Well, Axel, I think that's a W response right there. And putting it all together, Axel. I really messed it up. This is so weird.
I was like, this didn't put it all together, but okay, go on.
So, putting the puzzle pieces together, solving the jigsaw here, we have preview. Can I at least show you that? Okay, first of all, did he just not say? Oh, he said and I just covered the a preview of my Izuku and 1B rewrite. And so, getting back to Space's messages ever since we started this, so he's been saying. You can do whatever you want with these other files. So, Space, what do you think about your original message? Oh my god, he's still going. He hasn't even acknowledged. Look, man.
Yeah, I like how.
This is a preview. This is only 5% of it, actually. This was just like chapter 1. What, you didn't want the other 17 chapters? Well, Axel.
Wait, I gotta find this. I have a meme.
Hello.
It makes me think of this.
This is to go even further beyond.
Oh my god. The comment under there, it took me out.
You didn't answer his question, so you clearly didn't want a preview, so he gave you the director's cut instead. Bruh. It's so ridiculous.
This is the director's uncut. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Like, what was cut? Everything's here.
I know. Miss And said she might join in a little bit, so I don't know if we'll keep going or if we'll wait till tomorrow if you prefer.
What is Miss Anne joining for? The MHA stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We could also.
Okay, so what is? Wait, so Space. Since this is your idea for preview, what is your idea of a full story? I'm genuinely curious. I'm not even like joking.
Literally. The kind lady is gonna come back. Bro. Bro. All of the seasons, that is my answer. And the movies too. Oh my god. Space, where do you have this like written out at? Is this like a Reddit thing, or do you have this on like a Wattpad fanfiction site, or do you just like keep this like in your phone notes or not shared publicly? 6 seasons of the movie. Google Docs. Fair enough. How long have you been working on this? And like, how much do you work on it? Google Tomes. Oh, you know, like a year. Yeah, freaking every day, 8 hours a day for a year. Google Archives.
Google Archives. To be fair, I have outlines that are ridiculously long too, so I totally get it, even when I'm trying to like summarize my story ideas.
I mean, honestly, same, yeah. So, Space, part of
the different AUs and stuff and original stories.
We did the movie one not too long ago. Part of the problem is you don't have any pictures here, and I like picture books because I don't like reading words. It's like annoying and stupid and annoying and boring. And part of the problem with that,
picture books.
Well, Space, the real problem here, ignoring the length, which is an obvious problem, ignoring that. It's the fact that you're just saying the character names, and I'm not going to remember their names off the top of my head and who they are. Post it with the images. Pin message. True. But that's a lot of effort. Like walls without graffiti.
In message, you say as if there's not 5 book length messages to pin.
That's also part of the problem. Oh my god. Okay, well, So I need your opinion on something.
Axel? Or space?
Axel.
Okay, I don't want to assume.
Okay. Well, if you assumed, would it be likely or guaranteed?
Likely.
Okay, anyways.
Because if it was
So,
guaranteed, I wouldn't have had to ask.
sharing my screen. So Blanco the other day said, because he shared this video or whatever, this video.
Naruto is
And at the timestamp of like 17 minutes. So going to like 17 minutes. So I counted. So this is a scene in the War Arc where Naruto makes a lot of clones to go to the battlefields. I counted how many clones that this was in the past, and Cameron, for his video, coincidentally also
But yeah,
counted.
I just watched that video. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, shout out Cameron. I wanted to come on the podcast too. So, anyways, so Blanco says, but then again, you said around 500, and he said 621, so you were lying? Did you actually count them? And then I said, Axel, if you will.
Yes, LMAO.
So Axel, before going down, what do you think of my message?
That you were laughing because it's ridiculous that he suggested that you didn't count them.
Yeah, so first of all, he never clarified what he's talking about because I never, to my memory, said around 500, or if I did, I'm obviously saying around and not using the actual number because I don't remember off the top of my head what number it actually was, but I remember it being close to 621 or something like that. Anyways, so how would you interpret my message as a response to this?
You being cheeky as always.
So, when it comes to me being cheeky, what else about?
If you were an Otsutsuki, you'd be Momo cheeky.
Okay, so scrolling down here, so Blanco says, why lie? No, none asked if you did count them. Is
I
it?
think he meant to say no one, but
Yeah, I don't know.
it's likely that he meant to say no one. It's not guaranteed.
But it is guaranteed, he said. Is it cause no one was going to verify the information? And so, Axel, then I say, and then I continue by saying, IDK when you're referring to, even. And then he says, I asked if you lied about counting, and you said yes. So stopping right there. So, Axel, let me hear your thoughts.
He is accusing you of lying about counting something, but has yet to specify what the something is.
Well, he's definitely accused me of it. He specified what the something is. It's he said that in the past, at some point, I said that this is around 500, and Cameron's saying it's 621. So why did I lie? And again, so his message about that was right here, and then my response was right here. So just going back over this. But then again, you said around 500 and he said 621, so you were lying? Did you actually count them? And then my response, Axel.
Yes, LMAO.
So, I find so far, up to this point of the conversation, that it's ridiculous. Would you like to gander as to why?
One reason I was thinking is you could have just been ballparking and you weren't trying to get close to the exact, like, word for word number because you were just trying to remember off the top of your head, versus Cameron actually sat there and counted them one by one, and, like, specifically said, this is the number for his video, because that was the point. You weren't trying to, like, stop what you were doing to spend an hour counting them to make sure that you got
Well,
it
no,
right.
to be fair, okay, so you don't have any new perspectives yet.
Well,
So to be fair, I did sit down and count. My point was that I did that like 3 years ago, and I don't remember right now the number
yeah,
off the
I'm
top of my head.
saying not at the same time that you were trying to reference how many there were.
As a matter
And
of fact,
unless you, like, wrote it
just
down,
as a
there's
segue.
no way to know.
So we can just check what it is, because I posted it on Reddit. I just don't use Reddit, so I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to guess it's here, and I scroll down a lot.
That could work, or you could just go to where it says posts.
Was
Was it a response to somebody, or was it a post, like, on its own?
It was a post. So how do
Yeah,
I, where's post?
At the top. Go all the way back up. Go all... You're not going up.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Thank you. Click posts.
We're good.
There you go.
Now, it's going to be a lot
Should be
quicker
here
this way.
somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere in the Naruto something or the other. What is this?
The am I farming correctly takes me out.
Official English Naruto website. Those who don't care for their friends are more waste. I love it. Okay. Ignoring the 20 different balloons things. Okay, here we go. 615. So, yeah, Cameron counted 6 more than me. Yeah, so the question is, did I miscount or did he? Because you can see I did like a red dot for each of these clones. That's how I counted to make sure I didn't double count. If I can zoom in even more, you can clearly see the red dot. Yeah, so I put a red dot on each of the clones.
Why don't we just ask Kishimoto?
Well, this is definitely the anime that he did not do a panel of. He did 13 in the manga.
We should just send Studio Pier a mail and they can tell us how many.
That's funny. But yeah, so I counted 615. Anyways, I'm just gonna assume that I'm right and Cameron's wrong, but that's not the point for this. I still don't know how to get out of this. Okay, I'm just gonna... Were there any comments on this? Can I check this real quick?
27, yeah.
Wait, 27 comments? Holy crap, this got popular. For 36
well,
upvotes?
It also counts replies.
Never mind. Okay, I'm not gonna count that, because like half of this replies are me, so there's like 12 comments. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Oh, by the way, okay, Miss And,
I don't even decide what happens here. You should be asking him.
So, do you remember the war arc where Naruto in his QB chakra mode, where he made a bunch of shadow clones towards the beginning of the war? Do you remember exactly how many clones he made?
I have never counted.
Oh, well, do I have good news for you? Because as you can see, based on each of these red dots, I have counted. And
oh my goodness.
Believe you me when I say, there are 615 Naruto clones here.
That's a lot of clones.
But if you ask the YouTuber...
Wait,
Oh, yeah?
Never mind.
Okay, because you're probably going to say what I was about to say. So, if you ask the YouTuber Cameron, he actually has a different interpretation of the scene. And his answer was 621.
I like how you know the exact timestamp.
So, Miss And, I mean, it's clear who's right here. So, can you just tell everyone who the person who's correct is? Because it's obvious.
I haven't counted them for myself.
Yeah,
so
how
I don't
can you know? It's likely but not guaranteed. That's funny for reasons that you wouldn't get because you weren't here. But trust me,
it's funny. Well, I guess continuing the topic in the middle of it, despite Miss And having zero context. So this conversation here is ridiculous, Axel. Okay, so it's below this. Let me. Okay, so continuing where we left off. I get what you're referring to. I said if you lied about counting, and you said yes. Okay, so Miss Anne, just to catch you up. So Blanco here was talking about the video, and he said, but then again, you said around 500, and he said 621. So were you lying? Did you actually count them? And then I responded, yes. So before anything, so Miss Anne, what do you think about my response?
That's like pretty normal.
Pretty normal. So, okay. So, and then he continues on. I don't even know what he's referring to. I asked if you lied, and you said yes. And then I said, look at what you typed. And that's where we did go back, and we did look at what all he typed. So Axel, with this new perspective that I'm giving you, what do you think about my response?
I think you were truthful and you were saying LMAO because he clearly didn't remember the correct number that you counted or check back.
I think I found the problem.
Okay, finally, because Axel has...
And I assume, and when I first read this, I assumed that he meant to write 600 and wrote 500, but either way, like, I don't know.
Because, okay, Miss Ant, I'm glad you say that, because before you say what you think the problem is, me and Axel have been going over this for 10 minutes, and it just, I haven't revealed the problem yet, and it just hasn't clicked with Axel what the problem is yet. And so I'm like, am I the problem here, or was it Blanco? Because it's so obvious to me. It's just not clicking. It's just not connecting for Axel. I'm like, okay, maybe there is something here, but okay. But Miss And.
Well, what you want me to notice is probably something dumb, so like, I'm just looking at it for what it is. I don't know.
Well, it's definitely dumb, but not for the reason you're thinking. But Miss And, what conclusion have you come to?
That you were saying yes to the first question and not the second one.
Well, actually, it's the other way around, but you got the general point. So, I was saying yes.
That's what he thought.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's what he thought. But I was saying yes to the second question, not the first question.
Exactly, yeah.
And the problem is...
I thought you were answering the second one.
Okay, we're all on the same page. He asked me...
No, I see what you mean. So then he thought... So he was just dumb and thought you were responding to the first one. I get it now.
Yeah, so the problem here, he asked me 2 questions, I give 1 answer, and the problem is, the 2 questions...
I didn't get that. I assumed he was referring to earlier in the conversation that I hadn't read, instead of realizing that he was referring to right here.
That makes sense, yeah. So...
I promise I'm not stupid, guys.
So
everyone watching.
The problem with asking me 2 questions is that the questions, no matter the answer is going to be like the opposite of what the other question's asking.
Yeah.
Because if I say, yes, I count them, then I say, yes, I lied, that's like the opposite of the 2 answers.
Well, it just means that you lied about what you counted.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe that's what he thought. I said yes to both in that regard. Okay, I didn't even think about it that way. Oh, anyways, that's funny. So I say bros trolling. And then you know what? I was hoping he would get it, and he never did. So I responded purposefully in the way I did. So he says, did I not ask you this question? You can scroll up. And the fact he said this, that's what... Okay, I was like, you know what? No. I'm not going to tell him what's going on here. He's gonna figure this out based on my response. So I say, you did. Response, did I not ask you the question? So how am I trolling? Because you responded yes, LMAO. And then I say, no, I didn't. Hoping he would catch on to the fact that I didn't give an answer to the first question at all.
I mean, technically, if you look at it just for what it is, he is telling the truth that you responded yes, LMAO, but you did not respond yes, LMAO to the specific thing that he's saying you responded it to.
Exactly, because he's not saying to the message, he's saying to that first question.
If you want to really pick this apart, then you did just lie by telling him that you didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, because I did respond, and he's not clarifying
yes,
to that question specifically, even though that's obviously what he means.
And if you want to get even more pedantic, technically, he used the wrong capitalization of what your message said, so you could be telling the truth when you say, no, I didn't, because you didn't type it the exact way he did.
I love it. Anyways, what did you respond?
I can
Tell
out
me.
ood watch.
I didn't. Could have fooled me. Could have doesn't
did.
necessarily matter. It's hypothetical and not even probable. And here's where we get to it's
Is
likely.
this where this came from?
Yeah, this is where this came from.
Oh my God.
It's
I
likely
hate it.
and certain. And so this is going to spawn into a whole different conversation, Miss Ann. So ignore everything that you just heard above. This is a new branching path here. So it's likely and certain. Those are hypocritically contradicted, you contradictory hypocrite.
Bars.
I'm sure Miss Ann's
That
English
sounds like a
brain is
rap
like
lyric or something.
firing every neuron reading my English. In this unique way.
Literally the first when you pulled it up, my brain started auto translating it to Japanese in my head, and I was like, "There is no need for this. Please stop." And now I'm just staring at it like, that's some interesting words.
It's definitely interesting. But what's even more interesting is his response. Likely and certain aren't contradictory. So before going further, so what do you guys think? Is likely and certain contradictory or not? Because Blanco and I disagree.
I mean, I would say they're two different things, but they're not necessarily contradictory.
Okay. And
think-
Axel?
Contradictory is like, it means the opposite of the other thing, right?
Well, it just means different things, technically, is what contradictory, though, like, I wouldn't say they completely are different. I think they overlap.
Well, I think it's in context. It's not just different things, because I wouldn't say an apple contradicts an orange.
Well, that doesn't mean you would use it the same just because it means the same thing as another word. Like, there's different words that you use at different times that technically mean the same thing depending on the version of the word that you're using. And I know you know that, and you're just being you, but, like, I'm just explaining it for the audience.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, let me say it's guaranteed that you know that, and you're just being you.
Anyways, so likely and certain aren't contradictory. That is certain. And then I say, but not likely? Trying to trap him there.
and he misspelled contradictory, which contradicts his statement, but whatever. Anyway, go on.
Likelihood is a sub-criteria of certainty, so anything certain is likely.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, that's
Like,
what I was
in
going
terms
to
of
say. I
how
was going to say if
explain it.
something's certain, it's 100% likely.
Well, it's definitely certain that this whole conversation is ridiculous. And so from here on, I just spiral out of control. Well, not with that attitude. This is one of my favorite things to say in response to anything. Makes
Me
no
too.
sense. Why? I'm too gamer for that. Anyways, the rest of this doesn't really matter. He says Kino instead of kind, and there's a game with a map called Kino der Toten, which is why I posted this, because it's from that. Anyways.
Oh, I was thinking of the Kino for gambling. What do you call it? Lottery ticket things. But anyway, go on.
I love that. Okay.
Oh wait, go down. I want you to see what I wrote. See, because I wrote Kami Chameleon.
Okay. What?
So funny.
What is this? Is this the side of the chameleon's eye?
I thought it was one of the eyes that got injured when it fought Jiraiya or something. I don't know.
Because why is it so white? It looks bandaged.
That's a weird way to wrap it up.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna go back because I was noticing that when I posted the picture, I was like, I don't remember that. So I'm gonna go back and watch that and see what happened to the eye or whatever that is.
Also, this is cute. Did you guys notice this is the tail?
I was just about to say I never noticed it had a face on its tail until now.
That's so funny.
Did you know that? I didn't.
forgot it, but I did know it at one point. Well, here's another
It's kind
thing.
of cute if you forget what it's attached to, at least.
Yeah. So I was watching a video earlier today. You guys probably forgot this. Did you know in the anime, it's not in the manga, in the anime, when Jiraiya's fighting the animal path of pain, he does the reverse summoning on the dogs.
Are you talking about that Daigo video?
No, I was talking about a Thunder God video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that.
You do remember that. Miss And, did you remember that?
I have no recollection.
Yeah, right? Because I didn't even know you could do that. Like that's like really overpowered. like imagine like Naruto just summons Gamabunta when fighting Gaara, and then Shukaku just reverse summons Gamabunta. Like Naruto just loses.
Reverse summons and then seals him.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's God.
I guess that's why it's anime only.
Exactly. This is a shotgun, so the answer is not clear. I would interpret it as you saying, yes, I did count them. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. So, like, that never even crossed my mind that it could be to the other question. Because why would you say, yes, I lied? That's dumb.
Exactly.
Like, obviously, you wouldn't lie about what you counted.
Well,
The freaking spider web.
yeah. Oh, here, okay. Yeah, so in
Sorry.
case you didn't see that. So Space said something earlier that I really wanted to show Miss And.
Yeah,
Let's see. What was it? I hope I didn't pass it. Okay, you know what? I think one of the words was this. Was it not? Okay, maybe it was.
Are
Maybe
you
it
looking for the
was.
text walls?
No.
Okay, because he deleted those, just so you don't waste your time.
He did. That's crazy. Okay, I guess
Because he
might
gave
have
up when
this
you're
too.
reading them.
When I said, Miss And, that you were gonna come on later, maybe. Space said something along the lines of, "Oh yay! I can't wait for the polite girl to get here."
I think he said the nice lady or something.
Nice lady. Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact word. Oh, is this it right here? No. I don't remember where it was. Here it is. Yeah, the kind lady is gonna come back. The enthusiasm with the exclamation mark. I love it. So, okay. Miss And, there's two possible. Oh, shout out Blue Star, who's also available. I wish. Actually, you should have told me. But here you go, Blue Star.
I just said that.
Did I? I did not do that.
Whatever.
But Blue Star, whenever he's available.
Let the record show that I did just say, join us.
Fair enough. Blue Star.
Hello. I'm on
Hello.
the train. If there's some loose connections, I apologize.
Fair enough. Well, Blue Star, there's two branching paths we could go down here. I don't know why I keep saying that tonight, but so Blue Star, would you prefer if we talked about My Hero Academia or Naruto?
Well, to be fair, this is a My Hero Academia podcast. Probably that.
That's fair. So I guess we'll do
Could
that.
not be one if you wanted it to not be one.
Space is relieved to hear that. Okay, but real quick.
I know Space is
Real quick. We can just go back to My Hero. Because sorry that way. So I guess Blue Star, if you want to go first. So Blue Star, first of all, have you read the manga of My Hero? Okay, so I'm gonna guess he didn't hear my question. So I guess coming back to Miss And. So Miss And, you have read the manga of My Hero, so you've like seen the finale. So
Yeah.
Pretend you haven't done that, and or go back a few years.
Yes, I've read the manga all up to its ending and its additional chapter.
Okay, so Blue Star's done that as well. So
Yeah, I have.
okay, so I guess we'll let Blue
I've
Star
read
go
every
first.
chapter.
So
Yeah, I've seen the finale.
so pretending you haven't done that, or just going back a couple years to before you did read it, how did you predict it was going to end going into, I guess, where season 8 starts off? Because I haven't started season 8 yet. I've only finished season 7. So I guess going into
I'm
like
glad
the
you said
final
that. I
fight.
was about to say this.
I know. So, but like before you read it, how did you think it was going to end? If you like had thought about that beforehand, if you remember. I guess if Blue Star wants to go first. And I'll be honest, the only reason I'm asking Blue Star to go first is because I'm afraid if I ask Miss Ann to go first, he's not going to hear that through his Wi-Fi shenanigans. He's gonna the whole time. But hopefully Blue Star heard me say to go first. Well, Miss Ann, looks like you might have to be a runner-up here. And go first.
Things keep on coming into mind that like are different from how should I say, like a comparison to what happened versus what I thought was going to happen, which I can't say because that's still kind of a spoiler. I think I need to think about how to word this properly.
Okay, for predictions, I'm gonna say spoilers are okay if it happened to coincidentally be right, but you just didn't know it at the time, because it was just a theory at the time. It just happened to come true. Like, I'm sure you had some stuff that did come true, some stuff you didn't come true, but I think it would be okay. I could go first if you want to think about it.
I can say one thing. I thought it was gonna have like a classic, you know, kind of like. Well, no, because that's also a spoiler. I can't say it. Never mind. Just go.
Okay, do you want me to go first?
Mm.
Okay, so I'll give my predictions before I heard one big spoiler that I've recently found out, and then I'll give my predictions of what I now know, my new predictions. So, first of all, the spoiler I found out is that Bakugo woke back up and went to go fight All For One alongside All Might. I didn't know that was going to happen. I got spoiled on that, and that was not in my original spoilers, or my original predictions. So I'll have to update my predictions based on that. But before that, my original predictions. So I'm going to start here, I suppose. One of the things that we've seen is Deku is able to talk with all of the previous holders of One for All. And we see with all their colors or whatever that they're like be there in their spiritual form or whatever. The only one that isn't is the yellow one, which is just a shroud of energy. Like it's there, but it's not really there. It's not in physical form. And that's to represent All Might because he's still alive. And so here's where I started going crazy with it. I figured the best way to proceed forward would be All Might does stall All For One, but in the process, he sacrifices his life. He does die. And Shigaraki takes advantage of that, whether All For One shows up or not, and continues forward to fight Deku or take Shigaraki's body. You could mostly write All For One out of the picture because All Might could just stall him long enough, but so they both would die in this instance. So then you just have Shigaraki and Deku left. Shigaraki would find out about this, and he would basically be using it as leverage against Deku to be like, I don't know, but like, not like making fun of him, like, All Might died, but like, he'd be like, yeah, like, I don't know, he would be making Deku feel bad about it. And so you would have a low point for Deku where he's really sad about it, and he's like losing his inspiration to fight Shigaraki, and Shigaraki's getting the upper hand, especially with this like enthusiasm that he's excited about this, and he's like getting like, I don't know, like extra strength because of his excitement, etc., etc. What I would imagine they would do from there, what I was hinting at earlier, is the ghosts of the previous holders of All For One are going to talk to Deku and try and inspire him, but it's not going to work. But now that All Might is dead, that yellow shroud that we saw earlier is going to take physical form, and that's going to be what gives Deku the inspiration to keep fighting. It's going to be the ghost of All Might, the previous holder of One for All. It's going to be, now that he's dead, now that he can talk to him inside of Deku, that's going to be what inspires Deku to keep fighting. From there, we obviously know through episode 1 that Izuku becomes the greatest hero. He's the number 1 hero. So he's going to overcome and defeat Shigaraki with All Might's inspirational speech or whatever is going to happen there. I just don't know how it's going to go from there because he's going to win. The question is, and obviously Shigaraki I don't think is going to be taken fully over by All for One. Based on Shigaraki's origin, I feel like it's very important, because this is why I think it's important for All Might to die here. It's not just shock value or because the plot demands it or whatever. It's because, first of all, to give Deku that inspirational speech, but on the other end, Deku, in my opinion, would narratively need something from his origin to be stripped away for him to overcome Shigaraki, because that's the difference between Shigaraki and Deku right now. Deku's a hero because his origin is still intact. His origin being All Might and Bakugo. Bakugo right now was in a predicament. This is why I thought he wasn't, explicitly I thought he wasn't going to wake back up until after the war was over, to where he's like in a precarious situation. Deku doesn't know if he's going to live or die. That's important because his origin is at risk of being taken away. It's at risk of being stripped away from Shigaraki. In the same way, technically, Shigaraki and All for One are kind of the same person right now, kind of. And so All for One taking away All Might would be significant because Shigaraki had his origin taken away, Deku hasn't. So if Deku doesn't know if Bakugo is going to live or die, and he does find out that All Might did die, he can relate to Shigaraki now. That's the only time where I feel like it's going to be similar to Naruto and Pain, to where narratively, Naruto was only able to overcome pain through understanding pain through the similar pain, ironically, that they felt in the loss of their sensei. Naruto lost Jiraiya, so he could relate to and sympathize with and forgive pain because he understood what he was going through. I feel like a similar situation could happen with Deku, to where that's how he can overcome him. Not in the physical fight, but in the narrative fight, which is what's important. And from there, you have a lot of other conclusions, and I feel like they're going to do unique conclusions with every character. So we've already basically seen what's going to happen with Toya or Dabi and Todoroki and Endeavor, that whole family. Is that obviously Dabi's going to live. I think he's probably going to go back to living with them. Todoroki's probably going to have a meal with him, is the final scene of them. It seems like Toga's going to sacrifice her life to save Ochako, is seemingly how it ended off in season 7. I'm going to assume that's going to be the case for the tragedy of it, because Ochako wanted Toga to live so that she can be locked up, and Ochako was going to go visit her. I forget what she said, whether it was every day or every week, to give her blood and be friends. But Toga said that if she's going to be captured, then they're just going to kill her anyways. So I feel like they're going to do a tragic thing to where Toga does successfully sacrifice her life and dies to save Ochako through the blood transfusion. So Dabi's going to live, Toga's going to die. So the question is, what are they going to do with Shigaraki? Because I feel like it's going to be different from those two. So he's either going to... So that's where it gets important, because his relationship with All for One, Shigaraki's relationship with All for One, I feel like it's important, to where maybe it's not going to be a redemption arc, but maybe he's going to agree that Deku's right and he's going to want to live and be locked up and atone and redeem his sins or whatever. But All for One, maybe even after his death, because he's still technically inside Shigaraki, he's going to still be a nuisance and something that Deku can't take out or overcome. And that's where Shigaraki is going to more or less try and, quote-unquote, save the day, save Deku, by taking his own life to stop All for One. which means he is going to die. Not because he's going to be a villain, but at the end of the day, his origin, he's going to be a human, and he's going to basically be the hero that he never got to be, but always wanted to be as a kid by stopping All for One, even if it's something that Deku doesn't want. So he's going to save Tomura the person, but he's not going to save Tomura's life because Tomura's still going to die. It's going to be through Tomura's own hand. He's going to want to do it, and Deku isn't going to want that to happen. But he's not going to do it as like I hate the world, and I'm going to go out on my own terms of I'm not going to be captured, and screw you, and all this. He's going to do it to save the day. That's what I'm predicting the end's going to be, and then Deku and Ochako are going to end up together is my prediction on that as well, since I don't know that either. But I don't think Deku's going to kill him, and I don't think he's going to be able to save him fully either. He's going to be able to narratively save him by making him a good guy, but I still think he should die, because I don't think Shigaraki is a villain that can live and be redeemed. But that's my thoughts on
I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. The trains just bad connection with the trains.
Yeah, I figured.
Comments. I just should have probably just joined around this time, to be honest. I was off the train.
No
I'm
worries.
just gonna I enjoyed the Chainsaw Riz movie. I thought it was really good. Can't quite remember what you were saying about the spider webs, but oh well.
It's mostly a joke.
Some of the, yeah. Anyway, so you were just making your predictions. I take it you haven't watched any of the episodes of My Hero Academia yet, have you?
I haven't started
the final
it.
Season?
The only spoiler I have is that Bakugo does wake up and goes to fight All for One with All Might. So that tells me All Might's probably going to live, because I don't see why they would do that otherwise. Likewise, Bakugo's definitely not going to die fighting All for One. The problem is, power scaling wise, like making sense of the plot, I just don't understand how. His arm is broken. Yes, he was resuscitated, but he's in a really bad condition. He's beat up, and All for One is only getting stronger over time, which is even crazier. I understand he unlocked that new form towards the end where he can use the sweat across his entire body to basically scale up to fight. But, well, first of all, that tore his heart to shreds the first time. So I don't know if they're going to write some reason why that's not going to happen anymore, and he just can use that form freely? Or what?
Do you want me to spoil?
No.
Do you want me to spoil for you?
I don't understand how Bakugo is going to have any effect in the fight at all. But I feel like he has to, and I feel like he has to win, because he's going to show up. The fact he even waked up at all.
Okay, well, I will give you a sort of hint. Let's just say it's something to do with All Might. I'll just say that. That helps Bakugo out.
Interesting. Well, one more thing.
As for why...
Now that I'm remembering. Yeah, real quick. Now that I remember. One more prediction I had was I thought Stain was going to show up, and he was going to save All Might at some point in time. But that doesn't really make sense with my prediction that All Might's going to die. So he doesn't necessarily have to die, but I feel like he should for my prediction.
Well, to be fair, there is someone that does die. It's just probably not who you're thinking of.
Okay. Well, it definitely shouldn't be Bakugo, but it could be, I guess.
Let's see. Yeah, it is someone that is involved in the All Might versus All for One fight. I'm not going to say who, because that'll be a spoiler.
Okay.
But someone is going to die at that point of time.
Something that I thought...
I'll say this, in terms of the Bakugo spoiler, I'll give the anime props for this. The opening, they don't initially show Bakugo fighting All for One first. They don't show him up into the opening until he actually is back, I'm just going to say. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
As for why All for One fights Bakugo, I'll just say, it's this point you sort of get All for One, and One for All sort of origin of where they came from and all that stuff. But also, you understand sort of one of the reasons why second and the third user seem to be completely erased from history.
Yeah, exactly.
It ties into Bakugo.
Because I would hope they would do that since they were sort of setting that up last season in season 7 to where once Yeah, because he was fighting Deku. Shigaraki was fighting Deku. Well, technically, it was All for One. It was the combination of them. But All for One was fighting Deku, who was using the second's power, and then he got that flashback to when he killed the second. And the second is very similar in personality to Bakugo, and especially when Bakugo unlocked his like new, I guess, power where he's using his entire body to explode. Shigaraki was getting like a little bit scared and sort of maybe remembering back to the second. And so I feel like now that that's happened, they could definitely play off that, because I don't want them to. I do want them, but I want it to be more than just what they were doing previously, the exact same thing, to where All for One wants to kill Bakugo to show Deku, to make him mad so that he can take him out pretty easily, because he's going to fight like predictably or whatever. But that could still be there. I just want it to be more.
Well, let's just say for All for One, it's actually more personal. It's actually more related to like what he feels about the second user for All.
Yeah.
For One for All, to say the least.
Yeah, I figured they were going to do something like that. So I'm glad with that.
In many ways, it's, you know how in Naruto you had Hashirama tell Sasuke that you look a lot like Madara's brother. It's sort of similar to that, but actually, actually something about it is actually happening, because it's like, let's say Hashirama talks about that with like Sasuke looking like Madara's younger brother, then nothing happens with that really, because Madara just ends up seemingly killing Sasuke, and not even one comment on the fact that, oh, you look like my little brother or something. But yeah, it's sort of like, let's see, here Academia is actually doing something with it rather than just implying. So I'll just say it's that regards.
Okay, yeah. The only other thing I know is that, first of all, I haven't seen the conclusion to the All Might Bakugo All for One stuff, so I don't know what happens there. But I've seen that Deku and Shigaraki are still fighting, and Deku has this like new, very angry looking, almost evil looking design or face, and I think they're calling him Carnage Deku. And assuming that's true, I'm assuming that's in response to something. And that would line up with my theory that someone, such as All Might, could have died, and then Shigaraki's like gloating about it, and then that's Deku's like response to it.
Well, it's not. Well, I guess it's a loss, but not the kind of loss you're thinking of. If I had to describe it, it's like sort of like what happens to Deku is sort of, I guess you could say, similar to what happens, I guess, to Edward Elric in the end. I'm not going to say what that is, because that'll just get you, that might be spoiling too much, but let's just say Midoriya is definitely going to have to do a sort of certain sacrifice in the end in order to, like, beat, let's just say, Shigaraki, or the next All for One, if you will. Let's see, the next team.
I know the original ending was him giving up his One for All, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to do something completely new. I did hear one more thing, and this is funny because Space, I was totally going to cut this out of my showing this to Kamui thing. But, and I think it's like episode 1 or episode 2 or whatever, All Might does the punch against like the goo monster, and it changes the weather. And I heard this like a couple days ago that that Deku's final smash is going to be so big or whatever that it changes the weather in America or something, like across the world, and that's crazy. So I guess they're doing like a thing there, but that's the only other thing I know, really.
All right, hold on. So you're saying you know the manga spoiler for like what happens with Deku?
Well, I definitely don't want spoilers, but
see. Okay, well, I won't spoil because it's like but yeah, I do believe that they are following the manga's direction.
Interesting.
At least, and
okay.
Let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, do you know that the anime will be getting some additional scenes because I think Koshi's working on it.
I did hear that.
I'm just wondering. Yeah. The only thing I'm wondering is if the anime will also be covering the additional bonus chapter of 431, which is a very, I guess you could say, Deku and Uraraka focused chapter, to say the least. So,
probably, yeah.
It's sort of like an epilogue.
I mean, you could You could probably like do the
Sorry, go on.
mental math with the pacing because we're what 5 episodes in, going into the 6th episode, and it's 13 episodes total. And so you could just look and compare how many chapters they've covered and how many chapters are left.
Oh yeah, I know that there's at least the 5 epilogue chapters. I don't know if they're going to be like 1 episode each, or they're going to be like 2 or 3 episodes. I guess it depends how they pace them. As they're a lot less action and more of like just bring up everyone's character things. So
Yeah.
you get.
I do hope with my new predictions, knowing that Bakugo comes back, I want him to have an effect in the All Might fight and probably come to some sort of conclusion there. And I want him to stop there.
Yeah.
Since his whole thing is with All Might and not with Deku anyways. Maybe he gets his autograph signed and that's how that ends. But I want him to be beat up enough to where he's not going to be able to go and assist Deku against Shigaraki. Since I want Deku to fight Shigaraki mostly alone, I guess technically Nagant could be there sniping him from a distance. I don't know how they're going to... No. Actually, she can't do it. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, she could only do that 1 shot. And then she was, like, not able to do any more because she was in too bad of a condition. Or she did, like, 2 shots and she's not able to do any more, I think. So yeah, there's that.
Well,
Gentle Criminal is still there, but I don't think he's going to do anything.
Let's see, I could spoil, but just say there's going to be somewhere. It's because it's like, just say everyone has a role to play down the line. I'm just not wanting to spoil the details of what that is because that's a different sort of stage, if you will. But yeah, Midoriya and Shigaraki still end up fighting each other basically one-on-one. I'm not going to say what happens exactly afterwards because that would be too much.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't think you want to, but I'll say besides the additional chapter I was talking about.
And then something I forgot to cover. Obviously, you have Eraserhead and Mike along with I forget his name. I always forget his name. But the teleporting guy.
Kurogiri?
Yeah, Kurogiri. Thank you. Yeah. I think they're going to be teleported off on their own. Maybe even Spinner's going to be there. I don't know if Spinner's alive or dead. But either way.
Oh, Spinner's alive.
Okay, interesting. So then you definitely did spoil that. But that's okay. If anything, I'd rather be spoiled that he's alive than spoiled that he's dead, because that's more impactful to spoiler. Because now he's alive, I know he can do something, or he's going to do nothing. That doesn't really spoil anything. But so I think that maybe it's going to be a 2v2, but I figure it's going to be a 2v1 to where Mike and Eraserhead are going to fight Kurogiri, and they're probably going to win. He's probably going to come back or whatever and be a good guy again. So they're probably going to get through to him, but that's how I expect that to win or to end.
There's a moment he appears in, I suppose you could say, the final fight, to say the least, but I'm not going to spoil what happens to him, but yeah, but as for like the Spinner stuff, let's just say it's a moment regards to him and Deku in regards to Shigaraki.
Okay. We already had Twice going out, basically just completely loyal to the villain side and all that. So I feel like Shigaraki's going to be similar, but slightly different. So it's not going to be he's helping Deku for the point of helping Deku, or because he's a good guy now. It's going to be solely to spite All For One, just to say, I don't like you, and this is how I'm going to take you out.
Fair enough. But yeah, I suppose I could give you an idea, but there is a way that All For One kind of returns, and everyone gets involved in that. And then, arguably, this is where that thing you mentioned with Shigaraki happens, and then there's like a sort of final moment between Midoriya and Shigaraki as they have this conversation, and eventually it also relates to Spinner. I won't say what it is.
Okay.
But I'm not going to spoil because I don't want, because you probably want to find out. But let's just say there is
freaking Spinner.
There is going to be something. Wow. Yeah, there's going to be a conclusion between Spinner and Shigaraki, but
I'm glad you're preparing me for that, because if I was just blindly stumbling into that, I probably was going to complain nonstop to space. It's like if freaking Kiba happened to show up in the middle of the Naruto versus Sasuke final fight. Come on.
But let's see.
Wearing a Hokage hat.
Hey Naruto, I found this under Tsunade's tree. I want to be Hokage too, guys.
Now,
But I
granted,
got
I
the
hope
hat.
I assume that with the stuff I'm mentioning with All for One, it's going to be one episode because it lasts like 3 chapters. I'm not going to say what it is, but
Okay.
let's just say I think some might compare it to like sort of Hagia twist in some way, regards. I'm not sure if I should be saying that. It might be too much spoilers, but I'm giving
I
you a
have
hint, I guess.
no idea where that could go at all. So don't worry, you didn't even spoil me on anything because I can't even conceptualize what that would look like. But I've talked
Uh-huh.
enough on my predictions. Blue Star, did you have predictions? Even though you know how it's going to go, pretend you didn't, and or go back 3 years to when you were reading this for the first time and didn't know.
Ooh, well,
Like, how did you think it was going to end
well,
as you were reading it for the first time?
from I guess when I see as the chapters go by, it looked like either I did thought that maybe All might have died, but I didn't see.
Mhm.
Of course, I know it's the case, but I knew that Midori would probably fight Shigaraki, yeah. And I assumed there would be some stuff related to Barbie and Shoto, as well as Rock and Toga, and maybe even you could say Midoriya and Uraraka's relationship, and whether or not is that going to be
Yeah.
stuff like those are stuff that I mostly predicted,
Did you think
and I
that
expected that.
what did you think was going to happen with Shigaraki in the end? Was he going to go to prison forever? Was he going to be killed? Was he going to take himself out? Was he going to be
I
redeemed?
figured, I figured if he was going to be redeemed, it was going to be Skywalker, because Hirokoshi loves Star Wars.
Okay.
Have you seen Star Wars?
No, I haven't seen it, but I know you love it. It's literally in your name.
Yeah.
So I
Let's
don't
just
think,
say,
since like Deku said he can't forgive Shigaraki, Shigaraki's never gonna forgive any hero either. He doesn't like the heroes. He hates all of them except for Eraserhead sometimes, which I think is kind of cool. But he's not gonna be friends with Deku. He's not gonna like it. He's not gonna be doing it for Deku. He's just gonna be reminded of his origin, even though he accepted his origin at the end of season 7. And you know exactly who he is. But Deku's probably gonna like talk to Tenko, which is probably the important thing there. And
yeah.
I think it's going to be through losing his own origin, Deku's. He's probably
Yeah.
going to get through to him that way.
I did think that Midoriya might be part of one for all, at least like the additional 6 quirks. That was my prediction. I won't say how correct that prediction is because spoilers, but I definitely
Okay.
thought yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's mine and Blue Star spoilers. Like 20 minutes later, I would love to hear Miss Anne's predictions of how she thought it was going to go. Assuming she's here right now. Hey!
I'm still here.
How about I only have like 8 minutes what happened,
Oh, fair enough.
like balance and
Yeah. Well,
A lot of what I was gonna say, or what I thought, I would have to phrase it as I thought this, so I'm just gonna rephrase it and say I think, so that you don't know whether
yes.
it did or didn't come true, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's the best way to do it. Thank you.
So I think that there was gonna be I think that there are gonna be. Gosh, this is difficult.
The emphasis on the "I think" it's just so funny to me.
So I'm just gonna pretend like I haven't seen anything and just rephrase it as like this is my current predictions for yeah.
Okay.
I think that the end is gonna end up with like most of the people in the class who had like a relationship getting together in some way, like Kaminari and Jiro like had like a thing going on for a little while back when things were chiller. I also think that Deku and Uraraka are gonna end up together probably, but that was like more of like the romance side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that that All Might is gonna die because he's like he's like kind of already like fading, I guess, a little bit, and he has that yellow like aura thing in Deku's mind. So if he dies, it would be an interesting wrap up on the story, because the symbol of peace or whatever. I mean, he's technically already like gone from hero work, but if he dies, it'll give like the spotlight to the younger generation, which is what usually happens in this kind of manga. Or like in shonen manga, where by the end, like the heroes or something they
Oh.
He already kind of a hero, because he has so much power, and like he can use like everybody's power, so that's pretty cool. And like not necessarily become the new All Might, because even though he looks up to All Might, he'll never be the exact same as All Might. But I also think that him and Bakugo might actually become like tied for number one, or like fight over that spot somehow. I don't know, because I feel like with all of Bakugo's being like, I'm gonna become number one, and then like I don't know if you saw that yet, so I'm just gonna say that. I also think that Shigaraki, well, all the League of Villains, either they all have to be in jail or they all have to die.
Yeah.
Because if anybody is like quote unquote redeemed, there's they just have too heavy of a backstory, like and a lot of anime and stuff, if their backstory is really covered in depth from the villain side, then usually they end with a tragedy. But if it's not covered like as in depth, and there's like little hints and pieces that they might turn good eventually, there could be some good left. But I still think, especially with how heavy everybody's backstory is and how heavy their grudges were against society, that society is not something that they could live in. So they're either going to die or be like in jail for life, since I don't see them functioning in the society that the heroes are trying to create, even no matter how badly Deku would like for that to be a possibility. I just don't think it would work. So with Dabi being the one exception, I really do want him to live, because he has like a family and everything, and they could have this whole redemption arc of like him being accepted and blah blah blah, and finally getting the attention from his dad that he wants. But I also think like at the same time, he's kind of I feel like he should share the same fate as the rest of the league as well, because he's part of it, and it doesn't make sense for him to be the one exception, even though like his backstory does warrant like his family like being able to kind of like redeem him, I guess, if that makes it. There we go, that's the word. Like take him back, kind of. But I think even if he did, he would still have to serve. Like it would just be them like visiting him in jail, maybe. What else? I think that's gonna be all, maybe, unless there's something else that you have a question about.
What about Ochako and Toga? So, for reference, the last thing I saw was the end of season 7, to where Ochako is currently, from what I remember, last I saw, she was passed out, and Toga's going to do the blood transfusion, but we don't know the result of that. If it's going to work, I'm assuming it's going to work, but I don't know if Toga is going to die from that or not. She intends to, but if someone's going to stop it... yeah, I have no idea how it's going to go. Well, what did you think was going to happen?
So, yeah, that's I was like, gotta rephrase this again. I guess. So I think if Toga does save Uraraka, because again, like I feel like the League of Villains should all share the same fate. So if she does live, then she should probably be in jail, and if she dies, that's also like okay with me. But I still think like her I think Uraraka is gonna be sad if she dies. And that might have some effect on her future as well, and like the steps or the things that she decides to do as a hero, which would be really interesting. And but again, Toga's like quirk is like sucking other people's blood, and she does have kind of that psychopath mentality that very clearly from like her childhood makes her not able to fit in with anyone. So I think for her, actually, death would be like a kind of almost like a blessing, kind of, because otherwise she's just gonna suffer around like all the people who continue to find her weird. And it would be nicer if like the last one thing she remembered was Uraraka being nice to her instead of having to go through like all the stuff being in jail. So I think I actually would like it better if she died, maybe.
Yeah, that's especially significant in Japanese culture, which is where My Hero Academia is written, considering what death means over there in comparison to across the world, but in America, since that's where I am, because there's a lot more of like a purity sense to it. You see this in Naruto as well, with like the burdens being lifted, and I mean that's basically the big thing. And so I feel like that'd be very nice for Toga. Because of all characters, I think Toga's the one that I want to live the most. But I think for that very reason, for the tragedy of it, the best decision writing wise would be to kill her of all the characters. I think I agree that Dobby's probably going to survive. And he's probably going to be like visited by his family in jail. Of all people, I feel like Dobby would be the one to be freed through whatever writing shenanigans they want to write, similar to how Sasuke was freed in the finale despite everything he did. Watch, they're going to say that, oh, it was Dobby who did it, not Toya, or something ridiculous like that, and they're going to free him. Or like Endeavor's going to pull some strings because he's the number one guy, or it's going to be like a 10-year time skip. It's like, you served your time, go on out there, you're free now, or something like that. I don't know. But the final scene's going to be him and Todoroki having a meal together just like they wanted. That's going to be nice. Spinner's going to live. He's going to be redeemed because he's going to realize everywhere he went wrong. And he's going to, like, I don't know, be the leader of the heteromorphs or something and lead them into a brighter future. Even though he doesn't even really need to, since the hospital scene finale was basically everyone sort of coming to terms and understanding exactly what went wrong to work towards a future there. But then you have, oh yeah, and then I feel like especially because I feel like Toga needs to die because that's the one I want to have happen the least, which is why it would be good writing. Be like, oh no. For Ochako and Deku to work together as a relationship, well, another reason they would work together, they would both have this sentimentality behind a big tragic loss they both experienced almost together, to where Ochako lost Toga. In the same way, Deku's gonna lose Shigaraki. In a kind of similar way, to where, in the end, both of their villains that they wanted to save, they did save them, but they couldn't save their life. And that loss is gonna be like a healing experience for them both to come together to get through together. The only other thing I have to say there is All Might, I agree, it's so cool that he's using all of the people's powers, all the Class A's powers together, like in one person. That's so cool. I could see it being similar to a Might Guy situation where he's sacrificing his life for the next generation, but for that very reason, he's rewarded by not dying because of that next generation that he stalled to save is going to come back and save him in the same way that Bakugo's doing it. In the same way that maybe all of Class A is going to come together to save Bakugo or to save All Might somehow. So he could be rewarded for using all that. But for the very same reason that he's using all that, I could see that being the same reason that he's going to die. It may be something similar to like Assassination Classroom, how they're acknowledging everyone at the end before a big death. I don't want to say who in case you haven't seen, but...
Oh, no, I have.
Okay, yeah, so I can imagine it's going to be like that. It's going to be very sentimental to where they're acknowledging everyone, giving everyone a purpose and a role to be there before the big death, and that's why they're dying, in a sense. So it could be either way based on that.
I'm going to have to leave now because unfortunately I have work to start now. So
fair enough.
It was fun chat.
All
the
right.
only thing I'll probably just say is that in terms of death, think of Hirokoshi as like Oda as in like let's see, when it comes to the subject of death, and to an extent Kishimoto during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the hero side a bit reluctant to kill characters, and the villain side a bit more open. I'm not going to say what exactly
Yeah.
with who and all that stuff, but yeah, it's been fun chatting. See you, I guess, next time. I've got Ritzy see a few ideas what we probably might discuss, but at the moment I'm watching the Shibuya incident for JJK. But anyway, to watch that upcoming movie they have. But, anyway, bye for now.
I gotcha. All right.
Alright,
I'll see you.
bye.
Catch you
Nice
later.
talking to you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you.
So now that that's done, Axel, even though you're 2 seasons behind, what did you think of all of that?
I know one spoiler thing that happens, but outside of that, I think it kind of has to end with either All Might dying or in some way not being able to directly be involved in stuff anymore.
Well,
Especially because I kept baiting like he was gonna die earlier on and he kept not dying. And I'm
yeah.
like, they're keeping him around for a reason, either for a big death or for like to do one last fight of some kind. But yeah, I feel like he has to be taken out of the narrative somehow. I'm just not sure how exactly. And with the League of Villains, I think maybe one villain will survive to tell the story of the rest, and the rest will die. Or in some way not be able to be in the story, like maybe they just get locked up and you don't see them other than like a cameo, but I don't know.
I could see that. Now that I was told what happens with Spinner, I could see that definitely being the one because I
Is
just
that the
can't
lizard
see
guy
it.
or is that a different one?
The lizard guy, yeah,
Okay, yeah.
the one that was
He
like
was one of the
inspired by Stan.
screenshots I took of when I was like finding quotes that people said that were like kind of wild, and I was like, I'm screenshotting that as I was watching. One of them was his.
Okay.
I won't share that here, but I can definitely share it with you later if you want to see.
I guess sure. What's interesting to me is that All for One currently. Oh, by the way, Axel, I thought it was funny how you said one spoiler. I was gonna say, well, now you know like 100 after what we've all been
Well,
saying.
I'm not gonna remember most of that, but one of the
That's right.
things I do know, and it wasn't anything anybody said here.
Okay, fair enough. So anyway, so getting back to the things here. All for One currently in the story is rewinding back to nothingness. So he's becoming more of a kid. It would be pretty cool when he's a kid if we got some flashbacks or backstory with him and his brother. That could be something they do. But I feel like if that's the case, I want him to rewind completely in front of Deku. Like he's gonna get there when he's like, I don't know, 9 years old, 5 years old, 2 years old, whatever they're gonna do there.
Benjamin Button.
And then like his brother inside Deku is gonna see him, and maybe they're gonna have a final conversation or whatever's gonna happen there. But he's gonna rewind completely. Then I don't think he's gonna get to Deku with enough strength left to do anything. I could be wrong on that, but we'll have to see. Now that Bakugo's shown up, I feel like All Might can't die, or if he does, it can't stop All for One, and it's gonna have to be Bakugo. But I just don't see that happening. So it's not going to be like a Hunter x Hunter situation with the one thing Axel knows from the Antark, the chairman versus the green guy. It's not going to end like that to where when All Might dies, his suit's going to explode and kill All for One, because at that point it would just Bakugo would be caught up in the crossfire, I guess. I don't feel like that's going to happen story-wise. I don't think they would let Bakugo see that for the story, so definitely don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all for that. Let's see. I'm sure Space has plenty to say. So let's find out. I want to let you end, but I'm okay. So about your predictions about Dobby's body. So yeah, I know he's like really hurt. So that's why I don't think he's going to have a scene with his family in prison, but rather I think they're going to have that scene in a hospital. And then he's going to be discharged from the hospital. And maybe they're going to do something like, you have an hour to spend with your family before we throw you in prison forever, or something. I don't know. And that's when they're going to go out to eat or something. Like, there you go. That's your reward. Or because your family asked for that, that's your one thing that we're allowed to do. It'd be kind of sad and tragic if... Well, actually, I don't know this. So, okay. Miss Anne, do they have final meals in Japan? Is that like a thing?
What do you mean by idle meals?
Final meals?
Final. Oh. Like, oh, are you talking about the thing where they're like, oh, you can eat whatever you want before you die?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure if that's a thing. Because,
Because if it is,
let me actually do that.
that would be a real tragic way for them to have a meal together.
I think it
Okay,
can
no,
be
they
a cute
don't,
ending,
apparently.
even though it's like
Okay.
tragic. But
No, that
Thank
would
you.
definitely be tragic. He's hit the meal that Todoroki and Toya eat together is Toya's last meal. That'd be very
whoa,
sad.
it's definitely unforgettable.
It'd be very melancholic.
Apparently. Okay, sorry, I looked it up wrong. Apparently they do.
They do? Okay.
In prison, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the thing.
Yeah, Nagant is out. Okay, I kind of figured. But the thing is that Gentle Criminal isn't, and the thing he was doing by holding up the coffin in the sky is no longer necessary.
Wait, he
so
wasn't a
Gentle's
filler character?
exactly,
I thought he was
literally,
filler.
yeah, I know. Trust me, I rolled my eyes when he showed back up too. But it was actually kind of cool what they did with him, and it's not
No,
much,
but actually,
so I'm
I
fine.
assumed he was filler.
I know, trust me. It's technically a good written arc, it's just nobody cares. Except for Space.
Fair enough.
Because he's the shadow character to Deku, and yeah, Gara did it better. Obito did it better. Anyways, but yeah, no, he's there, and he isn't currently doing anything, so I wonder what they're gonna do. You know what, I guess they could have him fight the Million Twice clones. Well, no, because that's done too, because Toga's not doing anything anymore, so I don't know what they're gonna do with Gentle, because he's not gonna keep holding up the
Yeah, but,
coffin in the
like,
sky. Is he just gonna sit
Was he
there?
legitimately in the filler or in the manga already and not filler? Or did they just decide they can't?
Arc is just a canon arc, believe it or not. The whole thing's in the manga. Oh, is my Wi-Fi
Because
out?
I just got
Okay,
major
okay.
filler vibes off of him when I first saw him.
I don't blame you. Well, believe it or not, well, I do have another My Hero Academia thing. So,
Panels.
Space, believe it or not, I'm not gonna ask Miss And to translate 5 full pages back to back like this.
Hey, that's less than what Space thought you were gonna read.
I thought you were gonna do 4 though.
I could do that. I mean, 3.5. Now we're really bargaining our way down. Well, you know, I could do that, or I could do a different topic. That could also work.
Wamu is molding somewhere right now.
So, okay, I do have an actual topic. Axel, you're gonna have to sit this one out, probably. Well, not necessarily. You're just gonna be
Okay.
spoiled.
That's fine.
Okay. So, first of all, Space, I have a reveal for you. So, this is something I've been working on for a couple months now. My Hero Academia scripts. So, this is... This is 14 and counting, and there's going to be more videos of My Hero Academia that I'm going to do. Currently 241 page document. of the 14 scripts and counting. And I'm not done with it yet, and it's just gonna get longer, let alone more videos. So that's my super secret reveal surprise to Space as a gift. So there you go, Merry Christmas. I've been waiting to reveal this to you for months. So there you go. Anyways, at the bottom of the script, I could have wrote this somewhere else. I just wrote this here just for organization. This isn't for a video. But I have a lot of arguments for something and a lot of counter arguments for it. So I have, of the pros, and this is what I was actually making beforehand, I have 19 arguments for something that I'll get to in a second. And then for the cons, I have 11 arguments against it. And then I have a compromise to end it off on. Okay. So, the argument in question is, in Season 7 of My Hero Academia, Endeavor is fighting All For One. And this is right before he does the rewind. This is All For One gets Endeavor mad. He hits Endeavor. And I think he cuts off his arm. And then Endeavor gets really mad. And he can still fight, actually. And then he does, I think the move is called the Flash Fire Burst. Or something. If someone wants to correct me. Do I have the name of it down here? In the pictures? Prominence
Sounds like
Burn.
such an OC character's attack.
I think the name is Prominence Burn. It's the attack he did at the end of Season 5 as well. But anyways. At this moment, I thought it was written in a way to where it was clear that Endeavor should and could have died in this scene. And it would have been written as a very strong sacrifice scene. Obviously, that's not what happened. I thought it was going to happen as I was watching the scene. And so I still think it's a good scene if he would have died here. And those are the 20 arguments for it. And then Space, mostly, was the one who did the 11 arguments against it. And it was like a back and forth that we had in the Discord over the course of many months. And I got all the arguments and categorized them into these pros and cons in a way that like also looks nice. But before we do that, I guess I'll ask everyone, starting with Axel. Axel, as of right now, what do you think? Do you think Endeavor should have died in that scene or not, having not seen it?
I think yes.
Yes, okay, I'm glad you agree. And Miss Anne, coming back to you, if you remember this scene well enough, what are your thoughts on it?
Can you... I'm sorry, I was heating up curry. Can you describe the scene again really quick?
So in season...
I know you said Endeavor uses Prominence Burn, but...
Yeah, so this was in Season 7 when Endeavor and Hawks are fighting All For One. All For One makes Endeavor mad, and he hits Endeavor with a critical wound. I think he cuts off his arm as well. And then Endeavor gets really mad and like flies All For One up into the sky, and he's screaming and doing his whole backstory thing. And then he does a Prominence Burn, and that's why All For One needs to do his rewind. That is the scene.
So you think that Endeavor should have died there, yes?
Yes.
I'm going to say no because I know the future of the manga.
Okay. I figured you would say that because, again, I'm making this argument when I watched it for the first time. So at that time, I didn't know what they were going to do yet because I haven't seen it yet. Obviously, I knew that they were going to do Endeavor and Dobby stuff once I realized Endeavor had lived. But having not seen that yet, I wasn't going to factor that in, even though I knew that's why he lived, so he can have those scenes. But because I personally, and I don't know about you, but I personally didn't like the Endeavor Dobby stuff throughout as much as some of the other stuff. For example, I thought the Ochaka and Toga stuff was a lot better, in my opinion. That's not to say that the Endeavor Dobby stuff is bad. It's still good, but it wasn't my favorite. So I personally don't think it was worth it, even still.
I am gonna have to disagree just because of the thing that I was talking about with dads with Boruto. because like for him to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was never, well, I don't know how far you got into that actually, so maybe I shouldn't say anything.
Again, I'm still anime only through season 7. I haven't started season 8 yet. So the last thing I saw with Endeavor and Dabi or Toyo or whatever was
I don't remember the start of season 8 or the end of season 7.
so the end of season 7 is Todoroki cools him down, and then he's on the ground, still alive. He's saying, I hate you. I hate the whole family. And Endeavor's like, I know. And he's like accepting all that hatred. And that's where it like cuts away.
Okay. So, because of that moment, I guess I'll say, and potentially what happens after that, because of the whole thing with like dads being absent, and like I feel like that was like a what's the word? Not coming of age, but like I can't even think of it in Japanese, bro. My brain is frying. It's like how should I put it? It's like I mean, not shonen, but like because of the cultural stuff behind it, it's like a very kind of almost necessary for people who are watching that, like as a moral thing, like, hey, you should really value your kids and like spend time with them that you have to spend and make sure they don't feel left alone, because it can turn into something bad. Like it ties together that whole moral package of of what dads are like in Japan and what the kinds of things that they could be missing out on. So if he died before all that happened, it wouldn't have gotten the nice pretty bow that it did, essentially.
So I think there's a certain tragedy to certain character arcs not being resolved, which is almost the point in some of the instances. And personally, I probably would have rewritten a lot of the Endeavor Dabi stuff in the first place, even leading up to this. But it's possible that you can have a semi-conclusion before this happens. So have the Dabi and Endeavor scene potentially before this, or don't have it at all. And the tragedy there, especially with the way the story is written, is that Endeavor wasn't able to atone for Dabi, especially kind of going with what you were saying earlier, that it's almost like Endeavor entrusting the next generation, the adults trusting the next generation to do where they left off. So Endeavor would be trusting Dabi to Todoroki for him to handle it, especially based on the hospital scene they had together after the first war arc.
I can see where that makes sense.
Okay. And I would also had more Dabi Todoroki stuff in general in this case as well. But either way, getting to the arguments for it. So the first argument, heroes and villains are the scariest when injured. And this is me quoting it, so I think Space actually is the one who said this. So hey, that'd be a cool thing. Yeah, it's just an argument for it. Yeah. So Endeavor was scary when they're injured, and that's kind of a cool idea. So he could have died for that reason. Not going to say it's a strong reason, but it's one reason. Number 2, later Dabi would die and reunite with his dad. One possibility would be in heaven. Another possibility is, like Dabi was saying at the end of the first war arc, in hell, so they can dance together, but maybe in a nice way if it's redeemed. But I could definitely see something cool like that, is they're being reunited in the afterlife, whether it's in a positive way in heaven or a positive or negative way in hell. Like that could just be their resolution. They're reunited, but the tragedy is the only way they could have done that is through death. The only way they can go back to being a happy family, through death.
I actually really like that.
Right, I know. I've seen fan art. Okay, before having seen the season 7 stuff that I was just saying, where Endeavor does this thing with Dabi at the very end there, before I had seen that, so I didn't know that was going to happen yet, I actually saw fan art that was something like that, and so that's where I thought the story was heading. I was kind of hyped up for that. But nope. So number 3. It was so set up for a Steph through the animation, the music, his rage, his dialogue. It was a perfect send-off for the character. And to be fair, it's a little bit more obviously like that in the anime than it is in the manga. I have compared it. The anime is doing a lot of production value to really hype up that this is like a send-off for the character. They did the backstory flashback, they gave him the spotlight, they gave him a good final moment dominating the villain, and reminded everyone of who he is. It just would have been like a great send-off. Just like the production value, basically, is the argument there. So that it feels like it would have been good for the sacrifice moment. But number 4. His prominence burn being what it is so intense, it's like a self-sacrificial move that he can't dodge, that being All for One. And this reminds me of Vegeta's sacrifice in the Buu Saga, if you've seen that.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So, not only the fact that he's injured, arguably lethally, considering All for One hit him in the stomach. I forget exactly what organ they say was, like, punctured. I think it might have even been the lung. So he's, like, bleeding out. He can't really be useful anyways. If he does this move, he's going to bleed out too much, and that could be why he dies. So it's like an all-or-nothing kind of sacrifice. Maybe even akin to, like, the third Hokage versus Orochimaru. If he does this forbidden jutsu, he'll definitely take down Orochimaru, but at the cost of his own life. If he doesn't, he can still keep fighting. He's just not going to be as useful in the fight otherwise. So it could be, like, kind of like that. A move that will definitely work, but definitely at the cost of his own life instead of, like, risking it. Number 5. It gives me relief for my complaint about Endeavor having plot armor to conveniently just nonsensically not get burned by his own flames when the story goes out of its way to make that an important and even pivotal plot point for not just his character, but Toya and Shoto's, and even the reason he got with his wife in the first place. So stopping right there, do you agree with all that this is ridiculous and nonsensical in general, regardless of this point?
That Endeavor doesn't get burned by his own flames?
Yes. I've always thought that was bad, based on what the story does with it.
Wait, because wasn't he trying to get with his wife in the first, like you said, to like cool down because there was like a drawback to using his quirk without reserve?
Yeah, and especially part of the reason that Dobby does catch up to him towards the end of Season 7 is because he's used too much of his flames. He can't use anymore because it's going to burn him. You know, even though his clothes are fire. The whole point of getting with an ice woman, yeah, it's so the baby can have both quirks, both fire and ice, so the fire won't burn them.
That doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. And so, ignoring the fact that he used this in Season 5 at the finale to take out that one Nomu, either just have that be a weaker version of it to where it's not a move that's definitely going to kill him, or just don't have him do the move, have him do something else, to where this is the first time he uses the move, is like my solution. Or it could be an argument that we'll get to later, but you could also just have Endeavor go out burning himself in the same way Dobby did, which is also like narratively significant there, considering that's like Dobby's like flashback to how he got into this in the first place with his like backstory. He wanted to impress his dad with the flames. Endeavor going out in the same way is like pretty narratively significant in my opinion. But also the fact that All for One is strong. Endeavor was not going to let go because All for One's not going to die unless he goes all out with this move. So he's also just not going to stop heating up and up until he was dead and couldn't anymore. It would also show his rage. In fact, he's just going to go hotter and hotter to the point that's basically what Toyo was doing in canon anyways. He was going hotter and hotter until he went unstable and was going to die.
There wasn't anything about Toya having like raised skin or something like that, so it was more fragile or something, right?
No, again, the story just doesn't explain it, and if anything, it's going out of its way to make it nonsensical. If it didn't do that, it's just unexplained. I guess I have no problem with it, even if I would like it to be explained. But it only makes me question it in the worst kind of way.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Number 6 argument here. He told All For One that that All For One is just like Endeavor. He's just like him. His hands have ruined lives, and he will never tell himself he did a good day's work because his weakness keeps him alive. But importantly, because he will never atone for what he's done. It's almost like a self-punishment, all to kill All For One, or at least give the others a chance to finish him off. In a way, this is kind of like what Obito did. Obito admits that if he stayed alive, he'll never be able to atone for everything he's done. And so this is the best way for him to atone, by fighting to keep Naruto alive, to fight against Kaguya. That's like the best thing he can do, because that's more important than if he stayed alive. I guess like doing charity work for the rest of his life or whatever. For Endeavor, he thinks it's the same. That if he stays alive, he's done too much, his hands have hurt too many people, just like All For One. He'll never be able to atone if he stays alive. And so for that reason, the best thing that he would think he could do would be to sacrifice his life if it comes at the benefit of taking out All For One. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So number 7, and again, anyone step in if they have any thoughts, but number 7, condemning himself just like All Might. Giving up his own life, knowing he will never see his goal of himself or his sons surpassing the insurmountable wall known as All Might, which has now become Midoriya. Endeavor isn't looking for atonement, nor does he want it. His weakness has kept him alive, and he can't look to be someone else. He literally choke burned his past self for this in the anime. I don't remember if they did that in the manga, but this is a perfect send-off. So this is sort of what I was saying about it's, in a way, tragic and narratively significant if he doesn't have that conclusion or resolution with Toya. He dies before it could happen. Even that can be significant. In the same way, he has this goal to surpass All Might. This is him giving up his goal that he considers important because he realizes what the right thing to do is. And in this moment, that's more important to him selflessly than his selfish goal. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Be perfect for his character. Number 8, All For One says he doesn't care and was done with this body anyways. So that just kind of works for everything here. Especially the fact that I know that Space says that it would be almost no point and people would complain if Endeavor did this and it does nothing because All For One has rewind. But that's sort of the point. If Endeavor doesn't do that, All For One still has this rewind in his back pocket that it's basically just a second chance, a do-over, that All For One is forced to pop because Endeavor does that, which also starts down his ticking clock. He will disappear in a limited amount of time. He doesn't have forever anymore. And so that does make this matter. So the sacrifice would still be doing something in this case. And in a way, it's still killing All For One because he's going to be rewound to 0 no matter what. So in a way, it's kind of like Baryon mode in that way. Naruto knew the second he activated Baryon mode, ignoring the lie, that he was going to die. But doing that took down Ishiki's lifespan. It didn't kill him, so you could say, oh, Baryon mode did nothing. But Baryon mode did do something because Ishiki did run out of time because of Baryon mode before Ishiki could do what he wanted to do. Even if Naruto didn't defeat Ishiki, Ishiki was still defeated because he ran out of time because of Baryon mode. So it still did something in the same way that this does. But yeah. Number 9, All For One should probably be stronger than Anomu, So Endeavor would hold tight and burn his life away as hot as he could to go out doing as much damage as possible just for the chance to kill All For One. This is sort of defending the fact that he could do that against Nomu, and he would die here against All For One because All For One's just a stronger opponent. Also the fact that he would be going out literally in a blaze of glory, which is the best way for Endeavor to go out, the fire guy. And also out of his wrath simply to spite him. So that's also to say, out of his wrath, kind of like, if you've seen Attack on Titan, kind of like Erwin's charge, it can also be like this selfish thing that he's doing, taking out All For One, sacrificing his own life just to do that. Kind of like, bringing back to Naruto, kind of like the Raikage going after Sasuke for what he did to B, and even going as far as to cut his own arm off and to continue wanting to fight to kill Sasuke for revenge. Kind of like that. But number 10, and again, if anyone has any... Oh, Axel left. Okay, well, that sort of explains that. Can't blame him since he hasn't seen this.
Sorry, I'm just listening while I eat.
No, completely fine. Especially if you're eating, then I don't want to make you talk more than you need to. But yeah, if you want to chime in at any point, feel free. So number 10, other anime like Attack on Titan weren't afraid to kill its characters off. Sometimes anyways. And it worked well, again a quote, when it wasn't forced. Same idea here. So if you can't tell, I kind of don't like Attack on Titan at some parts. So I'm not going to give it the benefit of the doubt. But I will say it did better in this regard sometimes, because Endeavor could have died here. That's not to say that Horikoshi was too scared to kill Endeavor off or anything like that. But if he was, then I think that's a bad thing. But number 11. He would have been doing it despite that, with that being all that he can to try to do in the end. That was a very complicated sentence, but anyways. For me, a hero's sacrifice doesn't have to end with the villain being defeated. Sometimes it's just to buy time or to knock them down a peg. Once again, kind of like Baryon mode, or even like Vegeta sacrificing himself to do nothing against Boo, but you get the idea. Or even just to inspire hope in the next generation, even if it does nothing but sacrifice their own life. It happens a lot in, I guess, Dungeons and Dragons, so I think Ace wrote this. But so as a forever dungeon master, I enjoy seeing someone knowing that it won't end the battle, but it might create the opening that ends the battle later. That trust that someone else will finish the job. Yeah, that's sort of the next generation thing I was saying. For Endeavor to show that level of trust in someone else is a complete arc for him. I completely agree. That would complete his character arc. I completely like that. In fact,
no, 100%. I also really like that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be so good, bro. That's like when Vegeta tells Goku to beat Jiren. This is in Dragon Ball Super, if you've seen the Tournament of Power. And having complete faith that he will. I'll also add it would be similar to Vegeta in his dying moments on Planet Namek to tell Goku to kill Frieza. That's the one who Vegeta wanted to kill. And Vegeta doesn't even like Goku. But he wants Frieza dead, and he acknowledges the fact that Goku killing him would be worth it. Even if Vegeta doesn't get to do it, and even if of all people, it's Goku who does it. That's still worth it for Vegeta, crying out of humbleness to allow the low-life Saiyan or whatever to kill Frieza. So that's very significant in that same kind of way. It's Endeavor's duty to defeat All For One, but he, by all means, shouldn't succeed. I agree with that as well. He can push him to the breaking point, which is more than Endeavor should be able to do. I would agree with that as well. But All For One should only be defeated by One For All in the end. I also agree with that, which also sort of goes into predictions of what you could do with Season 8 that I haven't seen yet, but that's a very cool sentence. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. So yeah, All Might probably shouldn't rewind All for One down to nothing. He should probably be defeated by One for All. Technically, you still have Shigaraki, so he's still going to be technically around, but kind of not really. Anyways. Others can harm them and humble them, but not defeat them. And that would apply to All Might in this case as well. He can humble and harm All for One, but he shouldn't be able to defeat him. I mean, technically, if you want to count All Might as One for All, even though he doesn't have it anymore, I guess you could, but you get the idea. Endeavor realizing that this is beyond him, and all he can do is make himself as big of a problem for All for One as he can before he dies would be great for me. Again, just like All Might, who again is kind of sacrificing himself. Again, I haven't seen season 8. So I'm not going to say yet that All Might should sacrifice himself because he hasn't had necessarily that moment yet, but it's like a similar concept building up into it. Him finishing his growth arc from complete bad guy to self-sacrificing actual hero. One that Stain would respect now. Oh, that last line hits so hard too. That's so cool as well. One that Stain would respect is so cool. I completely agree. I think of all characters, this would complete Endeavor's arc the most. Like, I don't think All Might sacrificing himself in the same way would be as impactful as if Endeavor did here. Next argument is he would be going out on his own terms, spitting in the face of All for One, taking his own life into his own hands, taking control of his own fate, with him being the one to make and come to terms and accept that decision, instead of being ordinary or even a coward who is simply overpowered and killed by All for One, who is stronger than him. Here, Endeavor is surpassing his limits, and that is what matters. Not if All for One lives or not. There's a ton of weight behind that. It has incredible impact. It's the fact that he's putting the choice into his hands. It doesn't matter if he was going to die or not anyways. In this case, it's Endeavor choosing it. So, Miss And, first of all, have you seen Attack on Titan?
I watched the first season and got a lot of nightmares from it, so I stopped. But I know what happens.
So, I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but I love the fact that you said that, because I have relentlessly argued with people that Attack on Titan Season 1 was scary. And I'll just leave it off at that. So, what you said there only validates me to the highest degree. But again, that sounds very tragic. I'm sorry that you went through that. But anyways.
No, it's okay. My uncle made it better because we were watching it. He was like, my cousin was watching it in the living room when I walked away, and he was like, "Why are you watching a bunch of naked men running around eating people?" And it made me laugh really hard.
Oh, that's funny.
Sorry. Anyway.
So the reason I ask, technically spoilers, but I'm guessing you're never going to come back to the show.
No.
It's not actually spoilers anyways. So the season 2 finale was originally going to be the end of the series. The author eventually decided to change the ending, and expand the ending because he wanted, well, technically I guess it's like Kishimoto, who was probably going to end Naruto earlier, but then it got popular, so he just kept writing way longer than he wanted to. Same for Attack on Titan. Mm-hmm. He was going to end it at season 2, but it got popular, so he wanted to continue it. He also changed the ending. So the ending, it was originally supposed to be at season 2 instead of at season 4, which technically is like 8 seasons long, but ignoring that. So the original season 2 ending was the Titans were going to kill everyone. And that was just going to be it. Yeah, everyone was just going to be in a field and fighting a losing battle. And one by one, the Titans were just going to devour them all.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, so there's a reason they gave you nightmares. But obviously that didn't happen for the end of season 2, since it continued beyond that point. As you can imagine, that wasn't the ending of season 2. But the reason I bring this up is because one of the things that happens in the finale of season 2 that actually does happen, it's very similar to that, to where they're all fighting a losing battle. They're all about to be devoured. And then Eren and Mikasa are there. And then they have this kiss in the field, or it was about to be a kiss. But Eren sees... Okay, this is technically a spoiler, but again, you're not going to come back to the series anyways. The Smiling Titan comes back. The Titan that ate his mom. It comes back. Huh? Yeah, I know. That's crazy, right? Yeah, we haven't seen it since. It comes back out of nowhere. It just coincidentally, it's just here. And it's going up to Eren and Mikasa to eat them. And so there's two different ways the story could have gone. We don't know what the original ending technically would have been. But again, in the canon, how the series actually goes, Eren and Mikasa were about to kiss. Eren sees the Titan and he doesn't kiss Mikasa. Instead, Eren goes up to the Smiling Titan, and because he can't transform, he's like out of his like Titan energy or whatever, so he's stuck in his human form.
I see. Despite
that, he goes up to the Smiling Titan, and again, this is canon, this actually happens, and because he's just mad at it, he's completely powerless, but he's not going to go out doing nothing. He's going to fight even in his human form, even if he can't do anything. He goes up to the Smiling Titan, who reaches out for him, and with his just human hand, he just punches the Smiling Titan as a human, and obviously it does nothing because he's just a human and the Smiling Titan's a Titan, so it does nothing. But like, to me, that's significant because he was going to die either way. And he's choosing to go out fighting on his own terms, doing what he can, instead of just sitting there and letting himself be devoured. Either way, he's going to be devoured. But if he's going to go out, he's going to go out fighting. And that's Eren choosing that instead of the Titan choosing it for him. So the canon way of how they got out of this in reality is that Eren did actually have Titan abilities left. He just didn't know it yet. And so he just uses his Titan to get himself out of that situation. But obviously the original ending was he was not going to be able to do that. And the Smiling Titan would have just grabbed his human hand and just devoured him.
Dang.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think it would have done. The other possibility is how he could have written it is instead of Eren and Mikasa were about to kiss and not kissing, what they could have done is Eren sees a Smiling Titan, and knowing the Smiling Titan's going to devour him, he's not going to cower or fear or pay it any attention at all, and he's just going to kiss Mikasa, because one of the themes of Attack on Titan is this world is a cruel but beautiful place. Eren, in his final moments, knowing either way it's his final moments, he's going to focus on that beauty instead of the cruelty and ignore the cruelty entirely. So he's just going to like close his eyes and kiss Mikasa as the Smiling Titan just devours them.
Gosh.
Yeah, just like bites their heads off or something. And I think either ending would have been really impactful. But obviously it didn't do that. But obviously how that applies to Endeavor here is, once again, if he's going to die either way, he's going to choose to die on his own terms, fighting all for one, rather than just bleeding out, I guess.
Yeah.
Going out in a blaze of glory. As big of an impact as he can make, he'll do it. That was just one of my arguments.
That also makes sense for his character as well.
I completely agree. And for like his behavior and personality throughout as well. I think it just would have been a great moment.
Yeah.
But point 13 of 20. You can see I have a lot of arguments for this.
A lot of good arguments for this.
Well, I hope I've convinced you so far, but it only gets more and more. And this is a pretty long argument, so I'll try and rush through this one. Koji's sacrifice killing Jigen still had tons of meaning. The fact that Endeavor's actions forced All For One to use his rewind here and now means that not only can he not use his get-out-of-jail-free card later, like when he's fighting Deku and the rest of the next generation, but it also means, because he was forced to use it now, he's now on that ticking clock of rewind until he reverts in nothingness. And this is all just what I was saying earlier, just written out as an actual argument here. In this way, it's similar to Midnight trying to stop Gigantomachia, who continued forward to Shigaraki in the end anyways. But because of the drugs were put into his system, her sacrifice allowed for an opportunity to win later on, even post-mortem, even after Midnight's dead, even though her death did nothing at that moment, it did something later on. As well as giving hope to those heroes who are still fighting, who she left behind. Again, it's that thing that we were saying earlier about Endeavor leaving behind like trust. He's trusting other people to take out this enemy that he knows he can't take out, but he's giving them an opportunity to do so later. Even if they can't do it now, they'll still be around to fight another day, even if Endeavor won't be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But especially for Mirio, who I think you said it was her, wanted to see become the greatest hero. Night Eye not being able to see that due to her sacrifice that allowed the possibility of that future to even happen in the first place is something she gave up as well. It isn't just her life, but her greatest wishes and desires being fulfilled while she is still alive, and her being around to see it and experience it with everyone else. In that way, it's similar to Jiraiya sacrificing himself against pain for Naruto's sake. I think that's another pretty good example. Yeah. What's that? Please? Maybe he can't talk to us. Okay. Number
Things
4.
were said.
Yeah, I think.
Look at that chat.
Look at chat. Okay. You confused Night Eye and yeah, I typically confuse Night Eye and Midnight. But to be fair, I did write there just so that just in case. But yeah. So whichever one it actually is, there you go. But anyways, next argument. Number 14. It's like cleansing the sins of the past so the next generation can remain pure. Cleaning up the messes of the past so the next generation won't be shouldered with that burden. In a way, this is kind of like Kakashi killing Kakuzu so that Naruto won't be burdened with that darkness and so he can stay pure. Kind of similar to also Conan trying to kill Obito because Naruto's the bridge of hope. And just a lot of places Naruto could have been exposed to darkness, but he wasn't because everyone else took that away from him so that Naruto could stay the bright beacon of light in a way. So in a way, this is Endeavor just trying to clean up the past because he's already experienced that darkness, so he doesn't want the next generation to have to experience it. So he's going to like dive deeper into that darkness to take that darkness out completely so the next generation doesn't have to do that. And I think that's also especially more impactful considering Endeavor's literally going out as a bright light, considering he's going out in a ball of flames. So it's almost like a sun. He's literally a sun for the next generation. But yeah, so they won't be shouldered with that burden of dealing with problems left behind from the predecessors who were supposed to support them as guiding figures. But yeah. Argument 15. This is a problem for Endeavor's generation to deal with because the kids didn't start it. And Endeavor also wants to be a good example and role model and guiding figure and leader to pave the way towards a brighter future for the kids to be happy and have the greatest path towards success. That's very similar to the previous argument, but slightly different. 16. Endeavor, this is funny. So I don't know if you know this or not, but Endeavor was originally going to die in the first war, but Horikoshi changed it.
Cool.
Right? Yeah. So, first of all, did you know that?
I did not.
So, okay. This is going to branch off into a whole other discussion. So, did you know that the original ending Horikoshi had in mind, he actually gave that ending to the movie studio who used it for the second movie?
Oh wait, is that the one where is Is that the one where Deku like gives Bakugo all
One for all, yeah. So
one for all?
yeah. So what happened is the movie studio didn't have like an ending in mind, so they asked Horikoshi if they could come up with one, and he couldn't. So like reluctantly, he just gave them the ending he was gonna do for his manga. So that's how the My Hero Academia manga was planned to originally end. It was gonna be Deku gives Bakugo one for all, and they were gonna fight to kill Shigaraki at the end of the manga. But also, adding on to that, the manga was going to be shorter. Turns out, the first war arc was originally going to be the final arc. So that was going to be the original ending. This is just layers upon layers of stacking stuff. So the original ending, Endeavor was going to die in the final arc, the first war arc in that city, and then Deku and Bakugo were going to fight Shigaraki in that city, passing on one for all to Bakugo, and them fighting Shigaraki in the city was going to be the finale in the manga. Which is crazy. Technically, there you can kind of see moments where these things were going to happen, and he changed it. You can kind of get the vibe for when Endeavor was going to die there, or even how. Arguably, he could have died in the same kind of way, and so he could have died here for that same kind of reason. Likewise, there's a moment where All For One is like taking over the consciousness of Shigaraki towards the end of this arc, and Deku is about to be like pierced by like these red things, and then Bakugo like jumps in the way to stop Deku from getting pierced, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So how I speculate Horikoshi was going to write it is what that was, since he was trying to stab Deku with it. He obviously wasn't trying to kill Deku. That was his way of stealing quirks. So he was going to use that to steal One for All from Deku, which is part of the reason that Bakugo would have jumped in the way, outside of the obvious stuff of Bakugo being his friend. So the fact that it's going to steal his quirk, the fact that Bakugo was hit by it, Bakugo's going to have his quirk taken from him. So Bakugo's no longer going to have this explosion quirk. He's just going to be a normal, ordinary human. And so now, obviously, All For One is even stronger. He has Bakugo's explosion quirk. He's going to fight Deku a little bit more, probably. Deku's going to get overwhelmed. And then Deku's going to give One For All to Bakugo, who had lost his quirk. And that's why they were going to team up against Shigaraki and take him down.
That makes sense.
I think that's a cool ending for like an original ending. But it's completely separated from everything else that we were talking about here. But yeah, that was what I speculate how it was going to end, but everything else was confirmed by Horikoshi. It was going to end in the war arc. He gave the original ending for movie 2 to the movie studio. And Endeavor was planned to die in this arc. So there you go. Kind of crazy. And just the way it's written, you can kind of get the vibe. Because I think some concepts were changed, some were left the same. But yeah.
I had no clue.
It's crazy, right? It's kind of cool. But back to why Endeavor should have died. So, point number 17 of why he should have died in so many points. Because Endeavor is an adult and literally the number 1 ranked hero and the symbol of peace, he would feel the burden and responsibility and want to pass on the right thing of do, or whatever, to the next generation. He would feel like he has to do it as the most qualified, and because he is the one in this position to fulfill his sense of duty in this role. There's no one above him. If he doesn't do it, who else will? That's basically like the mindset that he should go into this with. Again, just like a role model for the next generation as well. So they don't like cower or fear or whatever. But yeah. So the next one is actually 3 different pictures. So this is actually from My Hero Academia movie 4. So this just happens in the movie. But I was like, wow, coincidentally, this just works perfectly as like an argument. It's so stupid. But So Endeavor says this in the movie. So he's like looking at an enemy or whatever. He says, "That's fine. I'll keep firing Prominence Burn until I've stopped it." And then All Might says, "But your body, it can't take much more heat." And then Endeavor, "Are you forgetting? We're a bunch of heroes." so just copy paste this exact scene, but versus All for One. It just works perfectly. I thought it was funny. But argument 19. And this is the final argument. Endeavor admits that he's no different than the villain he's fighting, with Endeavor accepting that he also caused the end of people's future, like All for One did. Actually, that's the same as what I was saying earlier. So, okay, only 18 arguments. So there you go. So, have I thoroughly convinced you that Endeavor should have died in the scene? Or do you still think, considering what happens later, that it isn't worth him dying here and he should have lived for those future scenes with Dabi?
I think both are good for different reasons still. I think, like, overall, him choosing to die there, as long as there was some sort of extra scene in, like, the afterlife with him and Dabi, still would have been more impactful if they included both, or found some way to include both. But yeah, no, like, I don't think that what was done was necessarily bad still, but I do think that if he had died at that point, it would have had a lot of really strong impacts. Although I'm not sure if people, like the general public who's like casually watching, would be able to put all that together as well.
That's true, yeah. I was thinking more from like a screenwriter's approach.
Yeah.
But, okay. Actually, I'm glad you said that, because I hadn't even considered that. So yeah, when Dabi dies, and if Endeavor's already dead, then, like you said, they could reunite in heaven or hell, or whatever, just the afterlife. I hadn't even considered what that scene would look like. I just thought it would be beautiful. Technically,
Yeah, no, definitely.
Technically, couldn't you just copy paste of the scene they do later, but just in the afterlife? And it's the exact same thing.
No, you can't. I don't know if yeah, no, I probably can't say anything yet, but
Okay, because again, I don't know what happens in season 8, but at the very least, the scene of Toya saying, "I hate you, I hate this whole family," etc., and Endeavor accepting that, I think you could just copy paste that into the afterlife, and there's no problems with that. There might be problems with other scenes, yeah. But okay. Other scenes later, maybe not. I don't know. Space could probably confirm, but he'd probably just agree with you. But I don't know. But at least for that scene, you could totally do it. So again, I don't know because of spoilers, but I'll just have to take your word for it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't remember whether that's in season 8 or if it happens at the end of season. I have to look it up, but I thought it happened at the end of season 7.
If you don't know, Horikoshi is actually working with the anime studio to write in additional scenes. So they could also, right? Yeah. They could also do additional canon scenes between Endeavor and Toya as well that aren't even in the manga.
That would be cool.
Right? Yeah. I'd be excited. Personally, I think the way that they've left it for both Ochako and Toga, as well as the names, Endeavor and Toya, I think the way they left it was satisfying as a conclusion. If you want to do an epilogue, you can, but if we didn't see them again, I think that would be okay. Technically, you would need the conclusion for Ochako and Toga just to know the result, seeing Ochako wake up and seeing if Toga's alive or not, but outside of that, I think it's technically okay the way they left it off. Similarly, in the Boruto movie, the story ends the second that Naruto and Sasuke complete their bet, and then Boruto looks ahead like, "I'm a shinobi," and he just like clenches his fist. But then you get like the epilogue with Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki in the village, and they're talking, and the blue eyes things, and Mitsuki talks about Orochimaru, etc., etc., and they do that whole epilogue there. But the story ends the second that Boruto like clenches his fist.
Yeah, the Momoshiki talking about his Momoshiki appearing doesn't happen in the movie though.
Yes. So it's just the conclusion with Naruto and Sasuke's bet is the end of the story, technically.
Yeah, no, and then afterwards, like, the epilogue happens, but, like, Momoshiki never comes out and says the prophecy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the blue eyes thing I was saying was the Sarada one.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, because Sarada says that to Boruto, and then Mitsuki talks about Orochimaru.
Yeah.
And then...
Oh, Mitsuki, sorry, I love that line.
Oh, this is so silly. Well, now I actually have 11 arguments against the idea that space has presented, and then I have a compromise at the end. But first, just double checking, because I think space has been saying a lot of stuff here. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm totally jump scaring Space with this whole topic. He was not expecting me to ever do this topic. He was. I just don't think he had any idea that like I wrote these ideas down or anything like that. But so how many of these pros are ideas that can also work with them saying like, well, Space, I'll leave that up to you. How many of them were they? There's a high chance that Horikoshi was always planning to change the ending. My Villain Academia is proof of that. So he most likely doesn't care about giving his original ending to Bones for Hero Rising. Well, I remember in the interview where he said that he did it like reluctantly because now he has to come up with a new ending. So like he didn't want to do it. He did it like begrudgingly, is my understanding. But yeah.
Make me want to watch the movie again.
At the very least, the endings.
I'm just gonna watch that tonight.
Yeah, and just
finish my drawing.
Replace the villain of that movie with Shigaraki. It's like absolutely, yeah, be cool.
It was a really good movie though. I think I saw that one in theaters.
Oh, that's cool. I saw the first one in theaters.
I don't think I saw the first one in theaters because I got into My Hero Academia from like when it first started coming out, I guess, so I would have had the chance.
Maybe it wasn't near you because I know it got like more popular over time, so it was only like select theaters.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe.
Because they did the same thing with Naruto the Last. It wasn't even near me. It wasn't in my state at all. Otherwise, I probably would have gone. I went to the Boruto movie, thankfully, because it was near me. But
yeah, I wasn't there for that. Sadly, I wish.
Not the Last or the Boruto movie.
No, I wasn't into Naruto or Boruto enough at the time to go like watch a movie in theaters.
So you've never had a Naruto Boruto movie experience at all?
Nope.
Oh no.
Other than watching it on the projector in my my themed room.
That's kind of cool. When I went to the Boruto movie, they gave me a Boruto poster, which I've never had a movie do that. That was the coolest thing ever. Also, like a lot of people were dressed
they do that
up.
all the time in Japan.
Sorry?
I have the poster from the My Hero Academia movie, but they give you like little omiyage like things all the time in Japan when you go to a movie, and there's like a merch corner where they have a bunch of anime merch that goes with the movie that you can buy afterwards.
Oh, it wasn't a buy thing. They gave it to everyone that went to the movie for free. It was cool.
They give you like when you buy your ticket, they hand you depending on what movie you watch. Like I have one from Haikyuu. I have like a little drink thing that goes in your like clings to your straw. It's Hinata. They also had for the garbage or the dumpster battle movie, Gomiste wa no Kessen. I forgot what it was in English. But they also did like I can show you the one for My Hero Academia maybe if I send a picture.
Yeah, like the popcorn bucket?
No, it's like they gave like a little like a canvas board kind of looking thing to everybody for free, and then I got like a sticker sheet as well from the thing because it was only like 200 yen or something.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like signed and well, not like officially signed, but it's got Horikoshi's signature on it.
Yeah. The poster I got had the Boruto logo with the O with like it's like in the shape of like the screw or the nut or whatever.
Yeah, was it the one that they used for like the promotional? Frick, I have that too. It's like the one where he's got like a wrench over his shoulder and then
Yes,
it's
yes.
got
I was
like
going to say the same
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah. Oh, it's so
I
cool.
just got it from on the K-Books.
That's so cool. I wish they actually did something with Boruto actually having and using a wrench. They never did anything with it. I was so hyped to see a wrench.
No, they in the movie novel that like that poster kind of thing comes as like the first like page of the movie novel, where it's like a tear-outable thing, but it also has like Boruto and Sasuke on the back. But yeah, no, I think that would have been cool if he had some sort of. He doesn't like. He doesn't talk about his necklace at all either. Like we don't know. Do we even know where it came from or like why?
Well, it's the Tsunade necklace, right?
Is it?
Because I believe there was 2 in the world, and I know that Naruto broke one of them versus Pain. I don't know what's up with the other one, but I'm pretty sure it's a Tsunade necklace. Like 99% sure. I'm 99% sure. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. I mean, it's definitely very cool. I wish the necklace wasn't broken, so Naruto could have just passed it along as his necklace from Tsunade, from Hashirama.
Yeah.
But it's at least one of the necklaces. And that'd be especially cool because then Boruto's getting something from both Naruto with the necklace and from Sasuke with the headband.
I don't think he gets. Yeah, because Naruto doesn't give anything except for like a kunai on Parent-Child Day.
And then I kind of wish that Himawari gave Boruto one of the pendants that he currently has, like the sunflower one. But obviously he's just inspiring it after her. Like, for example, I know that Boruto gives Himawari Omiyage in the at the end of the field trip arc.
Oh yeah, the cinnamon candies.
Yeah. So it'd be cool if like Himawari like returned the gift with that sunflower pendant or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be cool. But yeah. Also, I think all of these things absolutely should have been on screen. Naruto should have gave him that necklace on screen.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe okay. This could have been cool. Like if I had to choose a scene where that would have happened, Naruto would have given the necklace to Boruto because Boruto won Sasuke's bet, basically. AKA okay, even better. Naruto got Tsunade's necklace because he learned the Rasengan. Boruto's gonna do the same thing.
Ah.
Right? That's how you do it.
That would be cool.
I like that. Okay. But oh yeah, Space also pasted a lot of the manga panels if you wanted to like look at any of them. But yeah.
Are they in the?
They're
in the My Hero Academia part. Dun, dun.
It's actually just that one. The others were just Japanese things. In the
I see.
the stage chat, which I guess it's here. He posts this. The symbol I strove to be. This isn't the path for you to follow. Take your time to figure out the way you ought to do things. So I guess you could use that as an argument against it or for it, depending on how you want to interpret that scene. Yeah. Because you could say he's not going to follow All Might's path, because that's what All Might doesn't want him to do. At the same time, he could follow All Might's path in hopes that the next generation won't follow their path. Because he's going to learn what All Might was trying to teach him, and he's going to embody that so that others don't have to learn the same thing, basically, I guess. But yeah. We need to talk about the cons too. Yeah, trust me, Space. I know. You're not going to let me get out of talking about the cons. Okay. So the cons, because Space hates this idea, by the way. He'd rather... I can't even come up with it. But he hates this idea. So he wrote all of these cons against it. And Space, if you have any more, feel free to let me know. I was trying to copy and paste, but I tried like slightly reword it so it just makes sense like on its own. So since again, I was copy pasting this from like a back and forth that Space and I had over the course of months discussing this. So one of Space's arguments is how Endeavor's arc is currently going. He thinks it didn't really work or make sense. I'm sure he's going to get into why for the 11 reasons here, but yeah. Space, if you want to clarify for any of these points as well, like how his arc is going, why this would be a con argument against him dying here, feel free to clarify. I don't hate it. Oodie is just overdramatic. Oh, but Space, overdramatic is my middle name. Well, yeah, Space, if you want to post it with the images anyways, I'll pin it and we can at least go over it at some point. If not tonight, then another night. Probably another night, because it's already 6 a.m. for me. Like, you know.
I was gonna say, is it really tonight for you anymore? Because it's tonight for me now.
Oh, well, it snowed for me today. That doesn't have anything to do with day or night, but I thought that was cool.
That's so cool.
Right, yeah.
It rained really hard here yesterday, so...
Well, there you go. Does it ever snow where you are?
It snowed once per year, I think. And in my campus, they made like little snowmen. They built this giant snow fort. It was so cool. Even though there wasn't that much snow, they put like all the snow on the hill into like a giant wall and made a fortress.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love that. Well, back to the opposite of snow. So back to Endeavor. So Endeavor stops burning and is fine. Meanwhile, All for One is a crisp who can say the scary line for the reason of saying the scary line. So Endeavor can be alive and fine for him to now be in a dangerous position. And yeah, that's like a cool counterpoint, I suppose. A lot of these are counters to the things that I was saying as well, so there's also that. By the way, Space, if you want to post any of the panels of this scene, and or, again, any additional context or reasoning you had for saying the things that you had, feel free. Like this scene in particular, I feel like you could post the panel for the like scary thing that All for One is saying. That could be cool. But I agree. If Endeavor's dead, then he can't hear All for One say his thing, and All for One feels dangerous when he says this line, and it gives like this horror kind of vibe. Not horror, but like it's like scary. Like All for One's being scary, and he like gives like chills down your spines because it's like, oh wow, this basically did nothing, and that was like his strongest move. And especially if Endeavor is alive, we're glad he's still alive. That means he can be killed by All for One, and he's in a dangerous position, and that's scary because we don't want him to die. He could die so easily based on what All for One's saying, but yeah. But number 3, him still living so he can keep atoning. So that's kind of going in line with what you were saying with like the Toya stuff as well for those future scenes. But just in general, I think that does apply. If he's dead, he can't atone anymore, but if he's alive, he can keep doing that.
Yeah, I think, sorry, just to add on to that point, living is usually a worse punishment than death. So like, because of all the things that Endeavor has done throughout his life, I feel like it makes sense for him to live to continue that sort of step of atonement, especially with what happens in the future that I'm not going to spoil.
Fair enough. Yeah, because it is considered harder to live, as if death is like the easy way out, is how people rationalize that. Also why it's important for some people for crimes to be for judgment. how I'm doing terrible at saying this. The way for people to pay for their crimes is by doing the time rather than by dying for them. People prefer people to be locked up in jail for the rest of their lives rather than for them to just die, because that's like a worse punishment in a way. But yeah, there's also a really cool thing and something that I know you definitely 1,000,000% haven't seen called pork chop and flat screen.
Pork chop?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a funny name. So it's this YouTube animated series by like an indie animator, which is really cool. I guess I'll just look it up really quick. Pork chop and flat screen. I think it's episode. I don't know what episode it is. I know it's like this whole like anime basically. It inspired me to do my own anime. I don't remember what episode it is, but one of these episodes, episode 10 maybe, would be a lot better if it was the actual episodes instead of people's reactions to them. Okay, so I think it's episode 9. Anyways, it's like showing like the pork chop and flat screen version of Purgatory, because one of the characters is in like limbo because they're like, you know, like dying or whatever, they're drowning or whatever in real life. So they're doing like this metaphorical like realm where the basic idea is you can walk backwards towards a door that says death just fine, but if you walk forwards towards the door of life, every step you make is like the most minimal progress of all time. And that's to say that like living is hard, but death is easy. And they did like a whole episode on it, and it was like really, really cool. I just want to confirm what episode this is. So let me just double check.
With YouTube Premium, watch ad-free.
Yeah, isn't that great? I don't know why. I only get ads when I'm doing a live stream. I don't know why. So I think it's going to be episode 9, which is the first episode I looked for. Let's see. Okay, yeah. This is the episode. This is just a really cool series, just in general. Okay, first of all, I don't know if you have something like this, like a My Anime list or something. I've ranked every anime I've ever seen.
What?
I know,
I haven't listed my notes because, like, some people, especially, they're like, "Oh, how many anime have you seen?" And then I'm like, "Oh," and then I pull up my notes for them to look at because it's just too hard to like actually say something. Oh, you watched K? That's pretty old.
K was a very fun experience. I watched that during Christmas. It was the exact same time as the time slip arc was coming out. So that's how I know it was around Christmas. I even remember I like made a gingerbread man around that time. Or like a gingerbread house. K is cool with its colors and the swords and all that in the sky. My favorite thing that K does, I even write it down here in the accolades. Yeah, accolades. K has...
Oh, you watched Bloodline too, dang.
Yeah, Bloodline. K has the best depiction of a cat girl in all of fiction ever. Because that's the thing. It is literally a cat, and it acts like a cat would. It's the best depiction of a cat girl ever. Because, like, as an owner of a cat, I would know. Okay, this is totally a meme, but it's the worst anime I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Platinum End is the actual worst if you've seen it. Hopefully
I have not.
Oh, well, good. But yeah, that's...
I probably would put in another world with my smartphone down there.
Have you seen Death Note?
Yeah.
Platinum End is the other series that the Death Note author has made.
Chubby Mermaid?
It's funny that you point that one out. It's from the same creator as Pork Chop and Flat Screen.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated Plastic Memories. Everyone from my generation was like hyping that up, and I was like, this is a garbage.
Okay, if they're hyping it up, I could totally understand why you didn't like it. I went into it knowing nothing except for it's probably sad. I think I knew.
Yeah, no, everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is the saddest anime. It's gonna make you cry so much. And I was like, guys, this is pretty badly written. I'm gonna write a review on why, but guys.
You know what? Just because I'm seeing right now, I'm just gonna swap Angel Beats and Plastic Memories.
I was gonna say it should. Feel like Angel Beats should definitely be above it, but it depends on your opinion going into it as well. Like I definitely had a very was expecting things from it, and it just did not deliver at all.
That's right. But feel free to comment on other things that you see here that are worth noting.
Cautious Hero, oh my gosh.
It's the funniest thing ever. I love it. The Devil is a Part-Timer is probably technically objectively a better comedy. Also just better written story in general.
No, 100%. I have the light novels for that, but is the Sword Art Online parody, the Sword Art Online abridged?
Yeah, the one on YouTube.
Okay.
From the witty.
That's so good. I love that so much.
I know. I have it ranked higher than the actual Sword Art Online.
No, that's actually honestly fair because my little sister, I was watching it with her and she's like, I don't want to watch this anymore. I was like, then we're switching to the abridged.
Yes.
She's like, what happens at the end? I was like, well, I guess you're never gonna find out.
That's so good. Yeah, but here's where we start getting like the phenomenal anime here.
Morale Promise Neverland is surprisingly high, and so is Enohana, I think.
Well, Promise Neverland is, in case you didn't know, I'm like a screenwriter. Like I went to college for it and stuff, and I studied a lot. So this is in my opinion, of all anime when it comes to screenwriting, season 1 of this is probably the best one. And I would have Megalobox season 2 as either the best or the second best. So these two I'd go back and forth on.
I see.
But yeah, that's why I like The Promised Neverland, is because of the screenwriting aspects of it. Also, Isabella's Lullaby is the best thing of all time. In every way. So,
yeah, that's fair.
So in case you didn't know, I'm actually making my own anime called False Perfections. And I'm making a movie, and spoiler alert, but Isabella's Lullaby inspired me to do basically the same thing, to where in the False Perfections movie, it's essentially how, in the same way The Promised Neverland, in a way, centers around that song, in the story itself, diegetically, the same would apply to False Perfection. So it inspired me to not only make a song, but to make a movie around that song.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah. Well, especially, I don't know if you caught this, but technically there's different variants of the song Isabella's Lullaby in the anime. There's different versions of the song. And so I did the same thing. I have unironically 13 different covers of the song I made for the movie.
That's actually really cool.
It's so cool, I know.
You haven't seen Princess Tutu, have you?
No, I haven't.
I strongly recommend that one. I was just doing a review on Mob Psycho, and I was going to do Cardcaptor Sakura, and then I was like, no, let me just do Princess Tutu instead.
Oh, no. Okay, well, you have to watch this, and because it's the best thing of all time.
Oh, no, 100%. I've seen and read Cardcaptor Sakura twice, maybe 3 times.
I can understand why.
Yeah, no, the whole thing with Princess Tutu is it's about the characters fighting against the author, so it's really cool.
Oh, that is kind of funny.
But it's also Magic Girl.
So technically, I do have a season 1 out of False Perfections that's completed.
Oh wait, are you drawing it yourself too?
I did some of, well, technically I did all of the art because I edit all of the art, but I do some of the art by scratch, even though I edit all of it.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so I will, if you want to watch it, I can send it to you.
It's not banned in Japan, is it?
Don't think so.
Okay, good.
It's like my own indie anime. So let me send them to you, I suppose. Real quick. Let me also just make sure. Okay, yeah. Make sure I'm actually here. Okay. Won't share my screen for a second, and so I can send that to you. Just in case. And anyways, the reason I bring it back up is because one of my friends is making an addendum series. And what you described with Princess Tutu, to where it's the characters in universe fighting against the author. In the series, my friend basically does the same thing with his characters as well.
Ooh.
Because he has a character that is like representative of him in real life, but then he also has a character in the story that's like a caricature of him in the story. And those are two different things, and those characters interact a lot in this series. So it's like the character version of himself speaking to the real version of himself in a way.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then the only other thing that I can think of to do that would be like animator versus animation, if you've seen that animation.
No, I haven't.
I think it's by Alan Becker.
I feel like I've heard that name.
Yeah, Alan Becker. There's 12 of these things now! When did that happen? I don't know what the original one is. Is he live right now? He is. Animating? Oh, it's a 24/7 live stream now. Okay. Oh, there's the series. I was just gonna send you the first one. There's seasons of these? What have I been missing? Why is episode 1 not here? Okay. Original. Okay. Yeah, I'll just send that so you can like watch the concept. There's nothing in DMs that I need to hide. I just like have a habit of doing that.
No, it's fine.
Okay. And then what else was I gonna send you? Oh yeah, okay. And then Pork Chop Flat Screen episode 9, so you can like at least watch episode 9, but like if you're invested in the series, feel free to watch more. The only other thing I'll warn against, but you actually might think it's completely fine because you're a girl. So it's like completely done by a guy who does his own music, animation, art, writing, everything in the series was made by him, which I think is the coolest thing of all time. So all the main characters are girls, and this show is all about expressing femininity in like the most extreme kind of way. It's like he doesn't shy away from female things in many kinds of ways.
So are the characters sitting there complaining about cramps?
Yeah, no, that's actually, there's a lot of that. Just like as an example. Yeah.
I always wonder like how that's just disregarded in like almost 100% of storytelling.
So like, yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like, nothing is sexualized, and that's the thing that I really appreciate with that, because I don't like that in my stories at all. But this, in my opinion, Pork Chop and Flat Screen, part of the reason I have it ranked as high as I do, well, okay, well, right, that's the reason I brought this list up in the first place. on my list of all actual anime made by freaking billion-dollar studios, of all actual anime, I have Pork Chop and Flat Screen ranked phenomenally high at number 15, which actually doesn't sound that high, but it's very high.
No, that is very high.
It's ranked higher than Dragon Ball Z. That's how you know. But no, it's one of the best written stories I've ever seen, and it does the females justice more than any story I've ever seen. So definitely check it out if you want. But at least episode 9 for the afterlife thing. And I think you can more or less watch that episode on its own without seeing anything else, but yeah. Anyways. So getting back to Endeavor. So yeah, death is the easy way out. Yeah, that's why we segued to that. The hard way is Endeavor living. Okay, I think we finished that point. Yeah. The fifth reason against Endeavor dying and he should live instead. So this was Space saying this. I don't believe it is that Horikoshi is afraid of killing Endeavor. This was countering my Attack on Titan isn't afraid to kill characters points. It's just that he has a different goal for Endeavor's characters. Yeah, so this was the first time I was watching the scene, so I didn't know what they were going to do later. So this was Space not spoiling me, basically.
No,
yeah. So point number 6, if All for One didn't have Rewind, then sure, Endeavor Sacrifice can be good. But that happens, and then Rewind, then most fans would be salty because to them, it would look like Endeavor sacrificed himself for no reason. And that's sort of what I was saying earlier, to where that's not the case. But also you were saying that the casual fan, not necessarily on this point, but probably in addition to this point, probably would complain. Like, do you think they would complain about this? Or not? Because Space does, and I don't. Well, they might, because casual fans, but, you know. Because, I don't know.
Sorry, I was getting a pen out of my thing and I didn't want to be noisy. Yeah, no, definitely. I think a lot of fans would probably be salty about that. Because, I mean, not that there's a lot of people that, like, love Endeavor and stan him, but like, for somebody to seemingly, quote-unquote, die for no reason, I feel like it would be understood by some of the more hardcore fans, but, like, for a lot of the people that are just, like, watching it weekly or haven't, like, taken into account, like, if you don't binge something, it's a lot harder to follow along with all of the story arcs because you're probably watching multiple things at once as well. So if somebody just dies and it feels like seemingly for no reason in the moment, then it's going to feel like as if there's no, like, flashbacks or anything else to kind of connect everything together in your mind for, like, the people who are just watching it on TV or whatever. Then there would probably be a lot of complaints about him dying.
That's interesting. I wonder if that's a current audience or, like, current day and age type of thing, because I'm not going to say that I was, like, in the know when Dragon Ball Z was first coming out, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone complain about Vegeta's sacrifice. But I wonder if that's just, like, different times, and the audience back then was different than the audience today, maybe?
Well, probably, just because, like, people who were watching Dragon Ball Z, like, back then, I guess, were a lot more mature, I want to say, than this generation.
Okay.
Where, like, one person says something on the internet and it gets really widespread really quickly. And things can be completely twisted out of context super easily. Just like the whole Sarada thinks of Boruto like a brother thing. Like, I was even talking to Anime Explained about that, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even." And I was like, "Yeah, no. I mean, not that he didn't realize, but, like, he was just like, oh, that makes sense." Like it was something that it's not at the forefront. So, like, if there's people that are complaining about it, then the fandom is kind of going to split into two factions of people that complain and people that understand.
Yeah. Anime Explained, that's Naruto Explained, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come on the podcast too.
Whoa.
Yeah. Feel free to hop on that episode if you want. But oh, I have no idea when it's happening. I think a few months from now, he said, or a few weeks. I don't know. It was a few months ago, so I'll figure it out. So okay, but that's interesting though. So, do you think if Dragon Ball Z was coming out today, do you think people would have complained about Vegeta's sacrifice today, even though they didn't back then?
I think if it was coming out today, it would be viewed completely differently. One, because like I think honestly people would probably hate on it today because of the like same thing with Naruto and One Piece. Well, where people who are watching it now are like complaining about how long it is and how slow the pacing is and blah blah blah.
I was gonna say
like
same,
it probably would have been the same exact thing for Dragon Ball Z if it came out like with its same level of animation and pacing in today's thing where everybody is hyping up stuff like Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man with really flashy animations.
Dragon Ball Z should be seasonal.
Yeah.
The Boo arc should be a movie.
Yeah.
Can I just say, okay, we can talk about this more in depth another time, but just to get your general thoughts, what are your thoughts on the possibility of the Boruto prophecy arc being a movie?
What is the prophecy arc?
Like, the Naruto Next Generations.
I'm not familiar with the names.
That's fair. The Naruto Next Generations, the final arc. So after the Code arc, going into when Ada comes to the village, and basically just around the time that Kawaki seals away Naruto.
Oh, so where the anime ended off, and then
yeah.
to bridge to TV.
Right. Technically, where the anime ended off is still in the Code arc. There's still more to the Code arc because the Code arc doesn't end until after the Daemon fight. Like the end of the Code arc is Code doing his declaration, like when he's in the desert with Bug after the Daemon stuff. That's the end of the Code arc, and then after that, it's the prophecy arc. So that makes it really weird, by the way, because the anime left off in the middle of an arc. Like hypothetically, imagine like the anime left off in the middle of the Search for Tsunade arc for Naruto Part 1. Like they can't come back and rebrand it as Shippuden and continue off in the middle of the Search for Tsunade arc. That's gonna be so bad. Like I don't know what they're gonna do.
I hope that they have a season to like, because like I know why they did it. It was to create enough intrigue that people still want to come back when the anime comes back out and not tie it in a nice little fancy bow. And they also had to cut it off because the fillers at that point were getting like to the point where they were just really disruptive to the main storyline. So if they added any more filler material, then it would have just been like, well, now we have to consider these as like two completely separate entities, which I mean they already kind of are, but even more so. And so back to your question about whether or not it would be okay as a movie, my gosh, if it is a movie, it better be a really good movie, because they've already screwed up the anime for Boruto so much that if they were to condense all that into one movie, like it would just be like the lack of enthusiasm by the studio.
So again, we could probably do this another time when Kamui's here and maybe someone else, maybe like Sauron. In fact, you might even know Sauron because he's on Twitter too. But they've
what
done
is his Twitter username?
Sauron SL, or it might be Thorgy on Twitter.
I don't think I know. Although I don't really pay attention to usernames that much, so I might know. And then I just only looked at the profile picture.
That's fair. I'm gonna double check really quick. Yeah, Thorgy. This guy.
No, I don't think I've maybe like once or twice I've seen their profile picture.
Okay. Yeah, because he's on Twitter pretty often. But he and Kamui have done the math to calculate. The pacing is unrealistic. It's unfeasible. It's absurd how much they would have to fit into the movie. assuming the traditional 90-minute length movie, which is exactly how long the Boruto movie and a lot of the Naruto movies and a lot of movies are.
Yeah.
Like, if they're gonna make it a 3-hour Demon Slayer experience, whatever, I guess. But they're not gonna do that. They can't even finish 4 Naruto episodes. You think they could do that?
Yeah, no. I really hope they don't make it into a movie. That's gonna suck.
And it doesn't fit a movie format. You're starting in the middle of a different arc, and then you're just, like, again, think about the length of the Sasuke retrieval arc. Now imagine that's a 90-minute movie. It doesn't work. For that and a billion other reasons that we'll talk on another time. Yeah. I'm glad that you agree. It's a terrible idea.
No, that should never happen. That is an awful idea.
I know. But okay. Okay. Back to this because I'm curious. So this is under the hypothetical that All for One doesn't have rewrite, and Endeavor still sacrificed himself. There's still 2 possibilities here. One is to where it does nothing and All for One is fine. And then the other possibility is that it just does work and All for One just dies. And I think you can do that, rewriting all of those parts of the story, because All for One is still in Shigaraki.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, do you think people wouldn't complain if it just did work in this case?
I don't know though, because it almost feels like All for One shouldn't be Endeavor's villain to fight. Like, I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but like, because he has all this beef with like his brother who is in Midoriya and All Might and everything else, like, I feel like Endeavor shouldn't be the one to be able to kill him.
That's fair. Yeah, because we were making that point earlier. But to be fair, if the point is that he's still inside Shigaraki, then he's still going to be fighting Deku and everyone through Shigaraki in that same way.
That's true, but then that would take away from Shigaraki's like story as well, and just make him like it would make him a. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I can't say anything about that. Dang it. Anyway, I think if you continue watching the anime, you'll probably be more satisfied with what happened and why that wouldn't work.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Okay.
I'm glad I'm still remember enough to know what is spoilers.
Okay, but now I'm curious. So Endeavor isn't All for One's opponent or enemy that he should be fighting to kill. I agree. Do you have someone in mind? I guess Dobby.
Who should be?
Yeah, who should be Endeavor's opponent?
Yeah. I mean, Endeavor's already heavily injured, first of all, and second of all, he shouldn't. I don't think he deserves the glory of defeating All for One.
Okay.
So, like, I do think that his opponent should be Dabi, or he should act as a support for somebody else.
Support for someone else could also be really impactful.
Yeah. I
kind of like that idea. And maybe that's just my not liking the Dobby stuff as much as other people coming out.
Oh no, that's totally fair, because like the way that I'm pretty sure it leaves off at the end of season 7 with what you've said, it makes it a lot more about like this whole emotional thing, and like not I don't know how much I can say. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it ends off at a good place. And like with his whole arc up till now of who he was as a character, it's a little bit not satisfying for him just to be fighting Dabi.
So again, for me, the thing is, the Endeavor and Toya stuff, I do think is good. And it got me a little bit emotional. The thing is, part of the reason that it annoys me is nothing to do with the series. It's all to do with the audience. And it's because everyone says that's the best written thing in My Hero Academia, and it's not even close. And nobody mentions the Ochako and Toga stuff when I don't think it's a little bit better. I don't think it's a lot better. I think it's a million, billion, kajillion times better written than the Endeavor Dobby stuff. Again, that's not to say the Endeavor Dobby stuff is bad. That's to say the Ochako and Toga episode, I had to pause it twice because I was bawling. I bawled 3 times. I counted. I'm not exaggerating. 3 times, not crying, but bawling because of that episode. It was so good the whole way through. So good. The best thing in My Hero Academia, and it's not even close.
No, you haven't seen that yet. There's a moment coming up that I will, in my personal opinion, because I like the character, is better than but you're probably gonna disagree. Well, I don't know if you'll disagree. It's the moment that I'm drawing currently. So when you get there, but yeah, I guess for me it probably was going off to eat a snack. I liked the reveal of who Dobby was a lot, but not necessarily the emotional aspect of the fight nearly as much.
So I hate to interrupt you, and we cannot go on to this tangent right now, but Space will let you know. I did not like the Dobby reveal. I did not like it at all. At all. That is, to me, the worst thing they've done with Dobby.
Okay, so why didn't you like it?
I can't explain to you now, but I do have a video not a video, but like a podcast clip that it was me explaining to Kamui, who hasn't seen My Hero Academia at all, me explaining to him the Dobby reveal for funniness, and we laughed at it for like 40 minutes straight or something. So I will find and link you that as well. Space, which one of these episodes is it? Is it not just titled like Dobby something? Is it not in the playlist? Did I forget to put it in here? I'm in the My Hero Academia playlist. I mean, it's definitely one of these, right? Am I just like skimming over it and just reading too fast and not finding it? Oh, you know what? It might be we just fixed My Hero Academia. Okay. The reason I title my some of my rewrites that is because it's just rage bait. Hate people hate when you use the word fixed in a rewrite. People hate.
Oh, that's funny. I'll have to keep that in mind. I've been trying to like I thought about trying, but like I can't read that well. I kept messing up every 5 seconds, and I don't have the software to be able to edit videos. So like or not like edit, but like I have like CapCut, but I can't like it gets angry at me. My laptop like crashes because it only has 8 gigabytes of RAM. So I can't edit videos, but I tried to like make some of my analysis stuff into like a podcast kind of form where it's just me reading what's written and adding little details, but like I need to know what to title them and how to do things because I suck.
Okay, I got you. Okay, turns out that was actually the wrong video as well, and the video's just not in this playlist, so I'll have to find it another time, probably, unless I can just look up Dobby. No. Okay, Space, if you know which video it is, feel free to link it. If not, I'll just have to find it another time. But I think I remember to do that. Okay. Anyways. But yeah, I did not like Dobby reveal. Oh yeah, I said I would like briefly explain. Part of the reason why is because Dobby's not taking it seriously, and I can't take it seriously. He's dancing and gloating like Michael Jackson, and I can't stand it.
So you just don't like the way it was presented.
I compare it to the Obito reveal. Imagine if Obito just like starts stunting on Kakashi. It's like Fortnite dancing on Kakashi.
So the counter I have for that would be Dobby is now in front of his father, who he hasn't seen since he was 7, or like had an actual conversation with as his self. So while he does like kind of mature, he's gloating like a little kid. Like I think he's supposed to be kind of childish in that scene for that reason.
Okay, so counterpoint. We've had Obito's English voice actor on the podcast, and he said that Goofy Toby is basically what you just described, to where because of what happened to Obito, he hasn't fully grown up. I know, right? That's so cool. I will link you that if you as well. But so he described exactly what he said, and that's why the Goofy Toby persona exists. So counter example, imagine the mask comes off and Obito just acts like Goofy Toby for the rest of the war.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't really sit that well.
So there you go.
But doesn't Dobby start acting kind of well? Or does he? Does he not? Does he go back to acting mature?
Not during any of these scenes.
Oh, okay.
You could argue like season 7 or whatever, but like not like during this war. Here, I'll just link you the full voice actor playlist because we talked to Quacky's voice actor, Obito's, and
cool.
Rock Lee's. Right? Yeah, I know, it's so cool. It's technically, I clipped it up a little bit to like flow better, like taking out all the dead airs and the ums, and so it might be a little bit staggering. I haven't like gone back to like double rewatch it or anything since, but should be fine. Yeah, definitely very cool. But back to here. Okay. So, point 7 of why Endeavor shouldn't have died. All for One dying to someone that doesn't even have One for All. Oh, this is what you were saying. Doesn't even have One for All. And someone who was like him, but did the one thing All for One could never do, realized that he was in the wrong. Okay, yeah. That's like what you said, but just like even a little bit more. He's just added on to a little bit. So yeah, I mean, hey, that's a reason to keep him alive, I guess. To be fair, I do agree with a lot of these points. It doesn't convince me, but I agree with them. But number 8, Endeavor's duty at that point was to defeat All for One. So I would actually like All for One being defeated by Endeavor. Also, there is the argument that it would feel like Endeavor's sacrifice was for nothing if All for One just came back after that. Okay, so that last part was the argument. The first half, I guess, was just context, because it was just agreeing with me, I guess. Yeah. Number 9, in his speech, Endeavor is pretty much saying that he will live on to take the burden and punishment on himself. See, at least in the anime, since I was anime only, I got the opposite impression. But, and I don't think Space has reposted the panels anywhere. I think it's a school night for him, so he might just have fallen asleep. But
oh, dang.
Yeah. So the new generations won't. Yeah, so that's sort of what I was explaining earlier as well. So Space is arguing that so the new generations don't have to take on the burden of the darkness and blah, blah, that Endeavor should live. So he can continue to do that, rather than just take out All for One and hope that they can do the rest from there. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
But Endeavor will keep living so he can watch Dobby since they aren't planning to kill Dobby, this time instead of Dobby watching him. And I'm sure that's what they're going to do with the finale, but we'll see. Number 10, this isn't just, oh, all the signs are pointing to Endeavor sacrificing himself, because the way he speaks about it can also be looked at him wanting to keep living so he can take the sins instead of the next generation. Thoughts on that?
Oh, wait, it does not. Sorry.
Okay.
What?
So I think this is like reiterating in a way the previous points.
I don't 100% remember his speech right there well enough to like say yes or no, but like I do think that because of the way he ends up viewing his family dynamic, then that does make sense.
Okay. And then the last argument against it is, if anything, he would want to fill the void since there is now no symbol of peace. If anything, seeing Endeavor fight the Nomu in Season 5 should make him think he's too late.
Too late for...
Oh, I think too late to like catch up to All Might.
Ah. Well, I mean, because All Might is like, he can't, there's not much that he could compare other than, I guess, fighting a Nomu, but there's not much that he could do to like directly, because he can never, like, All Might fell before he could ever overtake him necessarily. He just ended up in the position of number 1 because All Might couldn't be there anymore. So he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because wasn't his goal to surpass All Might?
Yeah. I mean, that's true. You could argue he did surpass All Might, considering he is... You can't argue it. There's no argument. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make an argument. There's not an argument. I was just being disingenuous with the crazy stretch or reach.
No, it's always good to make like counter arguments to everything. So
yeah,
if there is counter arguments to make,
I was just trying, but there's not arguments. But thankfully, that's not all. I have a compromise, not just pros and cons, but at the end of the day, we too, just like Endeavor living and dying, can be at peace and have resolution. And we don't even have to wait for the anime to find out what happens, because the compromise, you could have the rewrite be that Endeavor did sacrifice himself by expending every last ounce of energy to heat himself up to the highest degree possible in a self-sacrificial manner, just like Vegeta did against Buu. But, and here's where the compromise comes in, but because Endeavor was hugging onto All for One when he did the rewind and refused to let go or loosen his grip, even in death, which is so cool because of the conviction raging. It's almost like Lee getting up when he's unconscious. All for One had no choice but to use the airy reverse quirk thing, the rewind, on both of them, thus saving Endeavor in the process. Thoughts?
That's a good compromise. Right?
Isn't that so cool? We both win. Not in all ways, but we both win. In some ways. So I'll take it. Cool. Exactly. It could be like some rewind, like area of proximity thing, and Endeavor just doesn't let go. Especially like, I don't know, if the heat from Endeavor is so hot that it's like welding the two together. So it's like impossible to get away. I don't know. Something crazy.
His skin like burns and melts on the.
Yeah, I don't know. Like his bones are fusing with All for One or something. It's that hot. He turns from a solid into a plasma. I don't know, something crazy. It'd definitely be cool.
That would be cool.
Oh, you know what? The plasma thing especially works if they're gonna say what I was saying earlier, that Endeavor's like a sun. He turned himself into a literal sun because he's a ball of fire.
Mm. Well, yeah, because and then but never mind. I can't say that.
You've been really good with no spoilers tonight.
I've been trying my best.
Especially compared to Blue Star, who spoiled like 3 things in like 2 minutes.
I was gonna say, I was like,
Yeah.
oh well, I'm not gonna interrupt.
Yeah, I don't even think he was doing it unintentionally. I think he just like didn't realize I cared as much as I did. But it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why when you responded to my like predictions, I was like, oh good, I did a good job.
I mean, with this Wi-Fi, I'm just assuming he just didn't hear me say the many times, please no spoilers.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
But you should definitely watch season 8 so I can talk about the other thing that happened.
Has it
it's
happened
like
already?
episode 2 or 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I heard episode 1 is a lot of recap. I don't know how much recap it is. That's what Space told me, that there's some original stuff, but it's mostly recap. But I'm okay with that. It's been a couple months since I saw season 7. Because I didn't see it when it first came out. I waited a little bit. So I saw it like half a year ago is when I finished season 7.
Gotcha. I just, when you said like, oh, do you want to be on the podcast? I was like, oh, okay. And then I just kind of like skipped through and like binged season 7 really quick. Know what happened.
Amazing.
But that was like, I guess that was a week or 2 ago maybe. So it's not like super fresh, but
It's a lot more fresh.
I was watching it. I was watching it on Amazon Prime Japan, and for whatever reason, they don't put Japanese subtitles. So when I was skipping through, I actually had to like pause to listen to get the context because there's no Japanese subtitles.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's so annoying. But for Demon Slayer, they have like for season 1, they have Furigana in the subtitles. It's like, what the heck?
Oh no. That's amazing. Oh, okay, now I'm curious. Do they have the Japanese translations during the openings?
Like, do they have like the subtitles during the openings?
Like the lyrics. Did they do that in the do
Yeah,
they
that's
have the
usually,
translation?
Yeah, the lyrics are usually embedded in the actual
Yeah.
video itself.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought.
But if you get like a DVD copy, then yeah, you can just turn the subtitles on. I have DVD copies for a lot of my favorite anime.
Yeah.
Oh.
One thing I
Except for
love
Fairy Tail.
is for Naruto Shippuden. I don't know about Naruto Part 1, but in Shippuden I definitely remember they have, even in the English dub, they have the Japanese title appear like at the beginning of every episode, and they have the Furigana there as well, so even I can read it. It's like, how cool.
Yeah. They have like, they usually for episode titles they have just the screen and then the subtitle will put they don't usually change that font because it's something embedded in the anime, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they do for other anime, but I'm used to it not. Well, I don't know. I don't know because I don't watch it in English that often, but sometimes I watch it if it's not on like any of the streaming services I have because I don't have Netflix, so I'll just watch it on like 9 Anime or something.
Fair enough. But yeah, the only reason I haven't started, well, not only, one of the reasons I haven't started season 8 yet is because I told Space that I would refuse to watch season 8 until the next My Hero Academia podcast, which is this one. because I wanted to do my season 8 predictions on this podcast, the next one. It just happened to be like 5 weeks after the anime actually came out.
Oh, no, that's fair.
We've been planning to do this My Hero Academia podcast for freaking like 2 months now, since before the anime came out. So I'm glad we finally got to do it. We might also do a My Hero Academia podcast tomorrow. You can join if you want. You don't have to, obviously. But we might do it with a different guest named Ace.
Okay.
Yeah. If you do want to join tomorrow, well, it might be early for you because Kamui...
Wake up until 4 p.m.
you do not have to.
Bro.
You do not have to join if you don't want to. If Ace and Kamui are gonna be there, then if you and Kamui are gonna be there as well, then I would like to do Naruto first, for like Naruto the first half of the podcast, and then My Hero Academia for the second half. Since Kamui can only be there early, since he has to go to bed early tomorrow. And there would be a lot of Kamui and Ace, and a lot of Kamui and you topics for Naruto for tomorrow. If we did do that. But you obviously don't have to if you don't want to. And I don't know if we even are going to do it. So.
If I am awake, I might come for the Naruto stuff.
Okay. And if I remember, aka if I'm a good person, I will try and text you beforehand to let you know what the plan actually is. If we are going to do it at all, let alone early enough to do Naruto.
I usually am awake until, well, I guess you probably won't sleep a very long time because you're up so late, but I usually don't fall asleep until like 6 or 7 a.m. and then I wake up at like 4. I don't know why my sleep schedule gets like this, but I go through like 24-hour cycles. So like I'll just keep pushing it back an hour until I'm waking up at like 11 in the morning. Or going to bed at 11 and then waking up at like 9 at night or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just, my circadian rhythm is so off.
I'm kind of on that same sleep schedule. I woke up at like 3:30 today, I think. I mean, technically I was awake before. I just like took a little bit of a nap, but still, it was pretty much waking up at 4. But I try not to do that too often. Sometimes the podcast just forces me to stay up till 7 a.m.
Sorry.
Well, I've never seen a better excuse to end the podcast.
Yeah, that's true. Please get sleep.
Alright, well, it's not Ikimoto who failed this time, and Horikoshi didn't fail, so I guess we just don't have an outro for anyone who failed this time. Oh, you know, okay, no, I got the perfect segue. You know who failed? Endeavor failed.
Oh, there you go. You definitely did fail in a lot of ways.
He would agree.